That's the way the cookie crumbles. Now, see, first we're discussing the weather, and now I'm reduced to cliche. That's the way. You can tell that I'm not used to talking to you. It's been months. I think since February I did 2 shows. I missed a show last week, so but I did the one before that, and that doesn't count, I suppose. Last week I wasn't necessarily sick, but I had a bad reaction to a medication, and that was not fun. And you believe me, you didn't want to hear me losing my cookies for an hour. But that's not what the show. Reverend Elliot's magical wastebasket. No, 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 no. This is the magical window. So if you haven't heard me before, what we do is we sit here in the city of New York in the Occultorama studios, where we are, sometimes we go to the Purple Grotto, which is underneath Times Square, which has a long radio history here, and we read tarot cards. Now, this is not fortune telling, and this is not the kind of thing where, somebody's going to look at the cards and say, "Eee, ugh, ooh, you're in big trouble now." Oh, man. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do for under $600. There are people who do that. They make a living doing that. I do private readings for people, and my prices are at askoneradio.com. That's where you're hearing this. It's magic. See, I'm rusty. I'm out of practice here. You get to magic-works.com, and right there in the homepage, there's like 100 and something pages there filled with occult lore. And you just look at the homepage and you'll see what I charge for readings. And that's it. That's it. That's the price. We agree on the price. That's that. If it goes longer than that, I don't hit you up with any extra. It's if I choose to take the longer reading with you, fine. Then that's my choice. You don't pay any more for that. Because this is not something that you should be making a fortune on. And if somebody is cleaning you out for readings like this, it just go somewhere else. You can go to, I'm on the board of directors of the American Tarot Company. See there, I do it again. The American Tarot Association. I really am not used to doing this. This is what happens when you knock off for 3 months. You can go to you go to my website, and you will find a link to the American Tarot Association Code of Ethics. And yes, I know there are a lot of people who think that tarot readers are scam artists, but of course a lot of people think the same thing about computer repair people and auto repair people, and that's just that's life. But no, ethical tarot readers do not do two things. They don't charge you lots of money, and they don't scare the bejabbers out of you. I almost said something else there. But don't. This is my bottom line. People say to me, well, I'm going to get a tarot reader, and I don't want you. Well, what they mean is they want somebody locally, because it's nice to sit face to face. I've been doing readings over the phone and over the internet for years, but it's nice to do it face to face. And if that's what you want, and you want to find a reader in your community, just remember one thing. It can't be very expensive, because that's the mark of a scam artist. And if you feel worse after the reading than you did before, then this person is definitely trying to take advantage of you, trying to make you, throw you off balance and hurt you. Now, I'm sorry to have to say that, but there are people, like I said, as in any other field, there are people who will try to take advantage of other people and use this. And usually when they get caught, you get a stupid headline in the local newspaper saying something like, well, the psychic, if he didn't know the police were coming after him, he shouldn't have been a psychic, Why didn't he see the police coming? Well, these guys are crooks, that's why. But this is not even about being psychic. I don't know where that comes from, because I think we're all psychic. Psychic ability is something that's within all of us. I mean, look at how many times you get a feeling and it turns out to be right. That's it. That's what psychic ability is. Hunches. Let's talk about that. Why don't we do that? There's this wonderful book called Hunches. And that is probably the best book I've ever seen that explains all about the various forms of psychic abilities and psychic powers and how you can develop them yourselves. It's a book from many, many years ago that was reissued by Mojo Brothers Publishing, which happens to be a company with which I'm affiliated, and in the interest of transparency. And if you go to mojoacademy.org, you can see a whole bunch of books there. But the one that is I always recommend to people who are curious about psychic abilities is Hunches. And it's the best book I've ever seen detailing the various forms, clairvoyance, clairaudience, things of that sort, psychometry, and how to develop them. So that's always a good thing. That's to realize that as a species, human beings have grown so to rely on machines so much that we've lost our inner abilities. You know, when that little voice tells you something, and you're probably right. Now that brings us to something else, which I've taken a lot of time to think about because it gets under my skin. There are a lot of people who will put down two emotions, fear and anger. Now, anger gets beaten out of a lot of people. A lot of people as children are told, don't you raise your voice to me. Don't you dare do that to me. Don't talk to me like that. The whole point about fear and anger, these are very important feelings, and we ignore them at our own peril. Fear is the feeling that lets us know that there's danger. That's it. That's simply it. And people pay. You know, we're living in such a mechanized world that people will pay. People will go on roller coasters. You saw the story in the news about the people who were stuck in a roller coaster hanging upside down for 3 hours. Hanging upside down for 3 hours on a roller coaster. And you know what the news people said? They were suffering from anxiety attacks. No kidding. I don't think it was anxiety they were suffering from. I think it was terror. And we'll get to that in a moment, too. And then anger is the emotion that lets us know that we've been mistreated. You got treated badly. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with anger. You don't want to be a doormat otherwise. The problem comes when there are people who are always in a state of fear and always in a state of anger. Because then, as I said, if you're always in fear, it's terror. And when you're always in a state of anger, it's rage. And these two things alone will kill you. They will destroy you. Fear, it has been demonstrated, can destroy the human immune system. You see, I'll tell you how that works. This is not theoretical. Fear gets your body into fight or flight, which means that the blood will leave your brain and leave the other organs, and it will go to your arms and your legs so that you can run and or fight. Now, when you don't have as much blood in your brain, you don't think clearly. And, you know, this is why a state of fear is one of the worst times to make a decision. And if you notice, almost all advertising is based on fear. That you're going to be left out if you don't get this product. That you're going to smell bad if you don't get this product. That people aren't going to like you if you don't get this product. So that's why they use fear in advertising. And I'm on a crusade almost about fear, which is don't be fearless, because that's foolhardy. But don't live in a state of fear. People will control you with fear. That's what they do. That's what they do with fear. Anger, now, because we're in a perpetual state of election, there's always an election coming on, and, you know, it's always the most important election of our lifetime. Have you noticed that? Always. This is the most important election of our lifetime. And that puts people in a state of anger. You got to be angry at the other people. It's not enough that I tell you why you should vote for me. I got to tell you why you should be afraid of and angry at the other people. Not the other person running, but a whole group of people. And that's, you know, that again, that means that you're not making, it's the cards shuffling there, a rational decision. Now, there's a wonderful book, speaking of hunches, which you can find at mojoacademy.org. There's also a book called Unmasking Fear by the same author, by the way, Lloyd Kenyon Jones. This is a book from like 100 years ago, over 100 years ago. And he was on it. He knew it. And this was before there was any mass media. And he knew that people keep other people in a state of fear just to get what they want. And that's not helpful. That is not helpful at all. We want to be able to think clearly. We want to be able to make rational decisions. And we want to be able to touch our intuition, none of which you can do when you're scared and angry. Now, that's perfect. If you're scared and angry, you can be controlled completely. They've got you then. They really got you. So be on the alert for that. And don't let somebody tell you not to be angry when you feel angry. Anger is very important. Again, anger tells you that you've been treated badly. And you want to know that, don't you? You want to know that. Well, you know, this is this is just keep an eye out for that, because we're in that cycle. We're in that time where it's all about anger and it's all about fear. And people are going to want to get you to do things that you may not want to do. So keep it in mind, because I used to say that the election season is when you got to look out, but it's always election season. Have you noticed this? It's always election season. So take it with a huge grain of salt, and please don't let people keep you terrified, and don't let people make you furious and angry, because that's what it's about. You know, they used to be subtle about it, but now I see newspaper headlines that say, this is why this is scary. Now, come on, guys. You know, why would you want to patronize people who are saying that they're going to scare you? Don't, you know, don't. Now, that's what I said early on about picking a tarot reader. If a tarot reader frightens you, don't go back. Really, don't go back to that person. Don't. You'll hear. If you haven't heard tarot readings, you're in for a surprise tonight, because it's not what you've seen in horror movies. It's a normal, natural part of life that people have been doing for centuries, and it helps you focus on things. I'm going to tell you about another book. I feel like the public library today, but you can. I've got a book called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It's the same as this show. And it's dedicated to the listeners, and it'll tell you all about tarot reading, and it'll tell you what you need to know about it philosophically, and how to get started to learn how to do it yourself. It comes with a CD that helps you hear calls, you know, the whole thing. Just, you know, that's just as a side thought. I want to get to the readings right now, but you can find that also. All these books are at mojoacademy.org, amazon.com. You can find it. Look for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window at Amazon, and you'll see. It's a fun book. So let's do this. Let's get down to the readings. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, which means no more lecturing. But I missed you guys. I had no one to talk to. You know. My bell got stuck. Ooh, man. See how long it's been since I'm here? My bell got rusty. Evelyn in Tupelo in Mississippi is the first caller. Hi, Evelyn. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, good.
Well, maybe
my question is,
yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, thank you. Well, at least about 10 years ago now, I believe, I was in an automobile accident. And since that time, I, have fear of, like, traveling, like, on the interstate or anything that I can't control, what's going on around me. And I don't know how to basically overcome that.
Well, first of all, that's not let me put it this way. If there's a word you're probably skirting around here, you want to know, is that crazy, right? You know what I mean? But no,
Yeah.
no. Yeah, being gun shy. They call it gun shy for a reason. You know, being car shy is the same thing. No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not crazy. It's a normal reaction. Your mind and your body are telling you that you got hurt, probably pretty badly, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you know,
It just
it's
wasn't a
not.
good experience at all.
Yeah. So no, it's not. It's not an irrational response. When you feel that it gets to the point where it's impinging on your life and causing you problems, then you may want to seek some professional help. You know, some help from somebody who can work you through this and show you what to do. But there's nothing wrong with what's happening because it's a perfectly reasonable reaction. I mean, you had a horrible experience doing something. People are gonna be pretty shy about doing it again, and it starts to spread to other things. It's a trauma response because you've been traumatized. So you know it's normal. When it's not normal is when you feel it is starting to cause you problems of its own. That's a whole different ballgame. And then you can call the county medical society, or you can check with your doctor and explain it and see what happens. I would actually urge you, though, to find someone who'll discuss this with you rather than try to medicate you, because it's not a physical problem. You know what I mean? It's a reaction to something. I mean, I don't know how people who have survived plane crashes get back in an airplane. Frankly, I don't know, but you know, you just can't. You can't have somebody blow this off and say you're being silly. You know what I mean? If that's what you're concerned about, because that's what you feel, and there's a good reason for feeling that way. Only, again, as I said, if it starts to really hurt your life, then you may want to see about getting some help. Otherwise, see the best you can do given the new realities of your life, right?
Yeah.
Is there something particular you want to look at in the cards, or do you want me to see if you're going to get through this or what's going to happen?
Yes, that'll be fine. Just whatever spirit pulls out, be fine.
Okay, let's see what we get. Well, this is interesting. These cards actually relate to exactly what you were telling me. The first is the Eight of Swords, and that shows a person who's tied up and blindfolded and doesn't really function and move a lot. You know what I mean? A person who feels restricted. Well, that's what you're describing. The next is the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords is interesting because the Four of Swords is about taking time out to absorb what happened and deal with it. So what this is, it's saying on the one hand, yeah, you're feeling stuck and restricted and tied up. On the other hand, that may be what you need right now is to slow down a bit. Because how long has it been since this happened?
It's been about 10 years, and, you know, I would think at the time that, you know, I would have, you know, been able to do it, but I mean, it's just, I mean, I could try to take a trip somewhere, and it's like anxiety the whole time there and back.
Yeah, but look, I applaud you for trying. The next card, though, is the Star. The Star is the card of hope and optimism. So you see, you are an optimistic person, right? And you think you're going to get through this. And if you think you get through it, you're going to get through it. And the Ten of Cups is here. That's a card of great happiness. And that's a card of joy and a happy home. I think you're going to work through this. I really do. I think you're going to get through this at all. And I'll tell you, there's other reasons, not just the cards. For instance, you know what the problem is, right? That's 90% of solving the problem. How many people you know walking around in a nightmare and they don't even know what their problem is? But that's what I like about people who call and ask a tarot reader for advice, is that you know what you're dealing with. You know what the problem. So it's painful, but it's a normal reaction to what happened to you. I mean, it's a seriously normal reaction. I mean, I'm living with that now. I want to get personal, okay? About in 2020, my wife had a horrible accident, a really horrible accident. And she is now learning how to walk again. And I'm helping her. And it's a great struggle for her. The same thing you're going through, probably. It's frightening because she's a little less she's more helpless than she used to be. She used to be very independent, and now she can't walk alone. But she's moving, and we go out and we walk, and she gets stronger each time she does it. But it is difficult. It is very difficult. And so I guess this is why I empathize with what you're going through, because I see it here too. The cards though are saying that you're handling it well, and you're going to work your way through it, and you're going to come out of it okay. And I'll tell you why. The King of Swords is here. The swords are about mental activity. You're going to be the master of your mind. This is not to say that this is imaginary, but all of our problems in many ways are in our mind, because our mind is where we perceive life. That's not the same as saying, you're a wacko, It's literally is our mind is where it happens. Or as Shakespeare said, there's nothing good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. Well, I would dispute that. I could have kicked Shakespeare in a certain place, and he wouldn't have had to think very long about whether that was good or bad. But you see, the thing is, you're a rational person. That's what I get from these cards. Am I correct?
Yes.
So you're gonna work your way through this, and it's difficult, but you want to get through it, and you will get through it. Just please remember, if it starts to really impinge on your life, check with the County Medical Association, and see if there's someone you can talk to about it. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
The outcome I've got here is very good. Oh, thank you. I will tell her you said so. Okay.
Okay, then.
Thank you so much. For calling.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to light a white candle for you after the show to spread some positive energy your way. How's that?
All right, that's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to me, Reverend Elliot, on Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we get together most Wednesdays, some Wednesdays. I was out for the last 3 months. That's the, at least through, because I did 2 shows since the end of February. That's it. But I got hundreds and hundreds of shows in the catalog, so I can fake it, right? And it's so good to be back, and there's such positive energy. Even that call just now was radiating with positive energy, and that's the key to all of this. It's positive energy. That is a rather interesting idea, that we make our own problems in many ways, but that you can't say that literally. I mean, the first time I rode a 10-speed bike, I was amazed at how fast I was going, and I looked behind me to see the guy I was with, see how far back he was. And by the time I turned back to look in front of me, I was headed right for a tree in Central Park, good old New York City. I was moving that fast. So I swung the handlebars to straighten away from the tree, and I did it. It was so fast that the wheel came out from under the tire. So the tire came off, and I went flying head over the handlebars, landing right into the concrete road in my face. Now, you can tell this was the 1960s, because a guy in a robe and long hair came to me as I was lying there. And my first thought was, no, I'm not dead, am I? That's not him, is it? And then I realized, no, he was carrying a purse and all that. So, I didn't think he would be needing to carry a bag. But he had a flower. And there I am lying there, stunned and bloody. And he tells me to smell the rose and it'll cure everything. And, well, I'm not that much of a flower child, but I appreciate that somebody paid attention. Today, I guess they just drive around me. Felicia in Danville, Illinois is next. Hi, Felicia. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Love.
Okay, what would you like to see about love? If it's, are you with somebody now, or are you looking, or?
My husband and I are separated currently, and I have hopes of us getting back together.
Well, let's see. It's funny because immediately when people hear about a divorce or a separation, they say, "I'm so sorry," but in some cases, it's the best thing that can happen to people. But it's the end of the hopes, and it's some dreams are gone, and quite often it does get worked through, and it's nice to see if that can happen. So let's see what we have in the cards here, and see if it is in the cards. Well, the first card is interesting. It's a card about a person who is okay being solitary. So while you want this to, you'd like to get back together, you're not. It's not. I don't know how to explain. What I'm trying to say is not that it's unimportant to you, but you're not the kind of person who must be with somebody all the time. You know that you could be okay on your own, but this is just something that you'd like. Yeah, so that's good. That's good. You're solid in terms of, because there's some people we've known who a relationship broke up and there were basket cases over it because they'd never been alone and they can't face being alone.
Yeah, I was.
Well, it happens. It's a shock. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been through that too. I don't like to. I mean, I hear a lot of problems from people by the nature of the work I do, but.
Yeah.
What they think I'm joking when I say that in my previous marriage broke up when my wife fell in love with the wedding photographer.
Oh.
So you never know what's going to happen, but
Right.
But then we worked through that one in the best way possible, which means I'm married to somebody else now. Have been for about 40 years. I have been.
Good.
Here's good news for you. The 10 of Swords is here. That is a card that means the worst is over. So you're at the point now in the situation where the worst of it is over. So there's definitely possibilities for things working out. If that's what you want, though, of course, you have to work for it. And that's this next card here, which is the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords in some decks is called science because it's about using your mind and using your abilities to get from where you are to where you want to be. It shows a person on a boat pushing the boat from rough waters to calm waters. A lot of people take that quite literally and say you're going to be moving or you're going to be taking a trip overseas. But on a larger level, it means that you're going to get yourself from where you are now to where it is you want to be. So whatever it is that you want, whether it's to get back or not to, you're going to work that out and you're going to get what you want. Here's a wonderful, wonderful card. It's the 10 of Cups. That's happiness. It's perfected happiness. That shows a happy family and a happy home and happy people. So it seems to me that now, whichever way you do this, that's what you're going to have in life. This is not to say go back to the person, don't go back, but go for what you want because whichever decision you make is going to be the right one, is what I see. Whatever decisions you make and whatever you work out, you're going to end up fine. You're going to end up really, really, really happy and well balanced. That's the key. Temperance is the card here, which is there's something was out of balance here. But you were thrown off balance by somebody else being out of balance, but you're not going to be that way long. And so you're a resilient person who wants the relationship, but you don't need it. That's what I was getting at. It's not a needy thing. It's that it's what you would like.
Right.
I'm sure you have. There's time invested in it. There's memories. There's all kinds of things. But whatever I see, I do see. See, here's the Two of Cups. And then there's the Six of Rods. Those are important cards. The Six of Rods is about success. So, because I have no doubt that you'll be successful in what you do. The Two of Cups is going to be a bit of a mystery here because it can mean two things, and both of them apply here for you. It means either a new relationship with somebody else, the beginning of a new relationship, or a relationship you're in that reaches a new level.
Yeah.
But again, that's followed up by the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. So I think that no matter which way it turns out with the specific person you end up with, it's a terrible way to put it, but end up with. But that I think that you are going to really be more than just okay. You're going to be fine. You're going to have everything you want. That's the key. The key is in the card that shows the sword saying, that the worst is over. So you're entering a period where anything can happen now, and it's up to you to make what happen. Yeah, it's up to, there it is. The Empress is here. That's what I had a feeling that card would show up. The Empress is about a person who makes things grow and happen and nurture. Usually it's a woman, and in the cards, many decks, she's surrounded by fruit and wheat and various things growing, vegetables, because she makes things happen and grow. So you're going to do well. And whatever it is that you want out of this, I see that you're getting it.
Good.
Okay. So hang in there.
I appreciate it. I will.
But you're on a good path. The most painful part and the worst part is over, according to what I see here. And then you'll make the decisions, and it'll be, the matter will be in your hands. And I think you're a very self-assured and confident person, and you'll know what to do.
Okay. I appreciate it.
I can't give you anything more specific, but to tell you that whatever you do, it's going to end up right for you. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. We're halfway through. And with any luck, I'll be back next week to do more. But, hey, the studio here, they don't even recognize me anymore. It's so sad. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that periodically shows up on Ask One Radio on Wednesdays at 11 Eastern, 12 Central, 9 Mountain, and 11 Eastern, 10 Central. Look at that. I just changed the orbit of the Earth here. 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, where we get together and look through the magical window of the tarot. I call it a magical window because it shows us things that we can't see normally. If you want to know more about what I do and what I can do with you and for you, mostly with you, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And you'll see loads and loads of stuff there. I've got lots of great content there. In fact, sometimes I look there and I see that somebody has been to the site and has looked at like 20 or 30 pages. I don't mean to waste your day, but it's kind of fun. I got over 100 pages with stuff there. I've got books and movies and all kinds of things to look at, and offers for things, and all kinds of nice stuff is floating around there. Look at my occult jewelry page. See, that's what I like. That's beautiful stuff there. It's ornamental, beautiful. I'm wearing a piece right now, in fact. Ornamental stuff that serves an occult purpose. Depends on what you want. Take a look at that. Go to the magic-works.com and click occult jewelry. Regan in the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight? Or this afternoon, I guess, where you are, right?
I think it's about 1 o'clock at the moment in the afternoon.
Oh, boy.
So yeah.
Yeah, well, we're heading towards midnight here in New York, so that's.
God, you'd be all tired over there.
No, I'm always exhilarated when I do the show, though. I get all that energy. What can I look at for you tonight?
Love, if possible.
Okay.
What's ahead?
Okay. Let's see. Well, did you just get out of a relationship?
No.
Okay, because
I'm in a relationship.
You were or not?
No, I am in a relationship.
Oh, you are in one. Well,
yeah.
Okay, because the card I got here is a card of sadness. Did something bad happen recently? That's, or not necessarily with the relationship then. There's just a card of sadness here. If that's
sadness.
Wrong.
No, nothing's happened lately.
Okay, well then let me do this. Let me just shuffle the cards again, because if that's wrong, then we're heading off in the wrong track. And if it comes up again, then we'll have to explore that card.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, let's see. Um, well, no, I'm getting interesting things here that they don't relate to love, really. I mean, they could, but
Oh, okay. What do they relate to? I'm
well,
open to explore all general anything.
well, there's something here. Are you thinking of changing your work?
I've just I've gone back to work after I was off on a break for a while.
Oh, so you're going back to work? Then that's okay. Because what I've got here is that you're starting something new in terms of work. So I guess going back is the new part.
Yeah, I went back after a break of 3.5 months. So I had an injury.
Well, the next card is the Eight of Cups, which is about somebody leaving something and going to something else. So that would be it. You know, that you made a change and you're going back to work, which is the Ace of Rods. That's generally about a new work. The Chariot is here. That's a card that shows a person who can control conflicting energies and forces and get them to go the way she wants them to go. So that's good, you know. The Nine of Rods.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
A person who's very prepared and can get jobs done. The Ace of Cups, you see. Now, the Ace of Cups generally means that something nice is coming in terms of romance and affairs of the heart, as is the King of Cups. So, yeah, there's going to be something happening, coming your way in terms of either a new relationship or the one you're in is going to reach a new level and be very promising.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be very nice, a new level.
Well, let's look at that, because what I'm seeing mostly right now is that it was focusing on getting back to work. Okay, there's going to be something. Let's look in terms of romance. How's that? Okay.
Yep.
Uh, of cups. Uh, okay, this is the part where I'm supposed to say, yes, I know, but I didn't know that. It's one of those little tricks, but no, I can never do that fake stuff. You know something else I can't do? I see this in movies all the time. Bruce Dern. There's going to be money coming in. You're going to know what to do. Mention money and all the coins show up here. Two of coins is a person. Again, the page of coins. You see, all the coin cards are showing up. The page of coins is the appearance of money. So yes, the cards are saying definitely money will be appearing in your life, and it'll be appearing in there soon because of the Wheel of Fortune, which means that things are changing now, and it's changing for the better. Now that's a long way from the Five of Coins, which shows a couple of people starving in the street in rags. Now that doesn't mean that's what happened with you, but that's just the. You see, all those coins. Studied this in the 1970s, in the 70s, back before many people were born. And the one thing that highly successful people all had in common, I interviewed loads of people.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi, and welcome. It's Eleanor Grace here, and we are doing a Psychic Destiny show live from London in the UK, London, England here. I'm your host for the next half an hour, and we will be doing some psychic readings, some free messages that I will be giving to you, and I'll be giving you also a little demonstration of how clairvoyance works, how mediumship works, and also how psychic energy works. Now, for all of you that don't know, the psychic connections work very, very much from being able to connect to your past situation, bringing that relevant as well to your present circumstances, and that is looking forward into the future and being able to look at the events and circumstances that really are going to cross your path. And that's what we're doing with our psychic messages, and with clairvoyants and mediums from across the world, we're able here to show you how it works and how we can connect with you. And I've been lucky enough for some of you to come through and have an in-depth private reading with me following our demonstrations live on air. And some of you have wanted to connect through to the spirits that I've brought through for you, and also wanted to know about your personal life, because we've connected so well. Isn't that amazing that a lot of you are in the States? I'm here in London. We have other mediums and psychics in Australia and Canada, and our audience is worldwide. So what we're demonstrating to all of you is that we can connect across the world, across the earth, and that's quite an amazing achievement, I think. So here today, we are live from London and also out to you at 2 o'clock in the USA. It's early in the afternoon, so good afternoon to all of you. And here in London, it's about 7 o'clock in the evening. But of course, across Europe, we have soaring temperatures that we've never, ever seen before. We're up to 40 degrees here in London. And of course, nobody here has got any air conditioning at all, none whatsoever. So it is quite a feat for us to be able to broadcast live for you today. So, hey, I hope you're all doing well. I'm also going to show you, I'm sweating a bit here too. I'm going to show you my crystal here. And this is a rose crystal. And it's a blush quartz crystal as well that we're going to be bringing you. And I'm looking at some of those lovely messages that I can see here in the crystal. I'm looking at initials that I want to use in the readings a bit later on. I'm also looking at universal images that are here as well. And these images, such as waterfalls, wouldn't that be nice at the moment? Beautiful pathways where you can connect as well, and you can follow me also on the journey that we are going to take during our reading. So I will always look at a pathway and bring a pathway straight into the center of the crystal, and you may well be able to see that if you look hard enough. If you're watching online, don't forget we are on Moonstruck TV and Psychic Radio too. You can watch the videos back or watch them with me live. Now, if you look closely, you can see that lovely pink, and I'm looking at the hearts entwined right in the center here. So I think we've got a couple who are very, very much loved up, want to be together, and perhaps have got to reconcile a few differences, particularly within their family. Bit of a Romeo and Juliet, I feel, that we have. And I'm wondering whether that's what we're going to have on today's show. Maybe. We will see who our callers are. I'm also looking at waterfalls, beautiful ones that are bringing nourishment and abundance here towards us, and they are looking so very, very perfect. And it's lovely, isn't it, to have that sense of abundance and to be able to realize that we can manifest quite a lot of our dreams, and we can bring them forward. We can act on them. And we can also just take great advantage as well of the images that we see in the crystal, and also the vibrations that we're sending across to you. So there we have the crystal ball, and that is where we are going to start here with our program today. Now, also, I will use cards. I know that we are really looking forward to getting those messages and getting the connections, if I'm able to hear, through to our first caller. And we have Evie here in Visalia, California. Hello there, Evie. You're through to Eleanor Grace. And how are you today?
Hi, thank you for taking a call. I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm kind of excited.
You're doing great. Oh, good. I'm glad you're excited, Evie. Well, first of all, Evie, I'm going to take you a card. Now, let's see what we've got here. This is brilliant. Oh, look at this. We've got the star card here for you, and that's out of my deck here. It's just one that I've drawn for the first card for you, Evie. Now, the star card is about aspirations, everything about looking forward to your future and really making some gains. So I think that you've got to step up a bit with your dreams and really go for it. That's what the message is for you. And it is being able to really persevere. I feel that you may have had this sort of stop-start situation where perhaps you've persevered, but you haven't really been able to overcome objections that have been put around you or in your way. And I do feel, Evie, as well, that lots of hopes and dreams are here in your life right now. So career and in your development as a person. So that's you learning, it's you absolutely taking on that higher mind, being able to make a lot of progress intellectually. So do learn, do as much as you can. Even if it's self-taught, it's all going to benefit you at the moment. Now, the next card that you have is this offer, Page of Cups. In the tarot, this does mean that you will have a very sincere opportunity for a couple, for two people to be together. Now, I did talk bizarrely about the crystal ball, the rose quartz crystal ball, bringing in this loved up feeling for today's show, and a couple that were going to be making commitments to each other. Now, Evie, I feel that this is you, because we have the Page of Cups and we have the Star. This represents you and the man who is by your side, the partner who wants to really come forward into your life and give you a great lift up, bring you abundance. And that's the hearts entwined that I was showing you in the crystal ball, which we were looking at the top of the show. So this is very much a time that you can be really developing now, this relationship. So are you in that position? I'm just having to dab my face here because we are very, very hot. You are? Okay, you're in love, are you? Are you in that sort of really loved up situation, yeah?
I'm in a relationship with an awesome man that loves me.
Okay. Okay, well, I know he loves you, but there is another step up here where you are going to be able to consolidate that emotion, you're going to be able to say, well, it's not just the two of us. We're going to make plans. It's a commitment, and this is the two of us here that is making that happen. Now, the other elements that are in the rose quartz crystal here that you can see are very powerful, because this also represents movement here for you. Just going to illuminate it here. Just get a torch, a bit of light onto the crystal ball, if you can see that. I want to go for the initial of M. I feel that it's M for mother, but this is about a place. It's a place name. It's a street name, a county, or a place that you will live, a town that you will live in. And I want to give you that for the future, because it's on your future pathway, and you're bringing together, I think the combination of the two of you is exceptional, because you are bringing both of you into view here, a very, very considerate relationship where you're kind to each other. I don't see any fallouts. I do see family, though. And I do feel that this is really sort of tender, sweet hearts together, and that you will make it. You've got longevity that's here, a long, long pathway into the crystal ball. Now, I can see the ocean here. The seaside, as we call it in the UK, there's waves that are flapping here on the beach, and it looks to be quite exotic. So you will be spending some time very soon here on the beach. And you know, I feel that this is a really, really important time now for you. So here we are. Okay, now I'm just also getting used to some of the very, very new technologies that we have here on our show. And what I would like to do here is, Edie, is really sort of concentrate now onto your direction and onto your life. Now, does that make sense to you?
Yes, and you're so right about the beach. We actually ordered some wetsuits, and we plan to go on Saturday, so you're definitely on board. Everything that you said is correct.
Oh, fantastic. Because I can see all the waves coming towards you. And it's such a darling sort of time, because you will be able to sort of cuddle up and huddle. This is your romantic journey. This is your life. And it really is very, very important for you now to take this step further. I feel that there's an offer, that's a ring, that there's, you know, a time of really getting to know each other on a level that will never ever change. So it's falling in love, but it's also about making those plans. So the beach is there. There is a town. I want you to remember the initial of M as well, very much around a street, a place name, or a town. That's where you're going to live. I see 3 children here in the future that's around you. I don't feel that they're there now, but I do have 3 children. Is that correct? Are you looking at a family? Yeah.
We are wanting to have children. We don't have any. I don't have any children. He doesn't have one either. And I had a miscarriage last month, so it's something that we want to have.
Don't worry. Yes. That was a sort of practice run here for you, Evie, but you do have 3 children. You are being told here from Spirit, do not worry. This was perhaps just one of those things, not the right time. You weren't ready. The soul in Spirit wasn't ready. So don't be thinking that this is going to happen again, because it won't. This is just your time now that you're coming into, and you will be feeling, I think, very emotional, but also sentimental, and this is the perfect timing. So movement in your future, a family that I can see had 3 children, solid, very healthy children, a lovely, lovely time for the rest of this year, and congratulations that I'm going to give you ahead of that ring on your finger. So yeah, you can invite me to the wedding, because I predict it. So there we are. Lovely to speak to you, Evie, and I'm wishing you well.
Thank
you for calling in. Okay. Now then, I think we've got another caller here that's online. Do I have Beth with me today? Hello? Hi. Is that Beth? Is it? Hello there.
It is Beth.
Okay, lovely to meet you. Now, I'm going to just take another crystal ball. I want to have a look at this one for you, Beth. And the crystal ball that I'm seeing here is the amethyst. This is a very special one for me. I love this crystal. I like to use it a lot. If you can see it, it's a lilac color. It's that pale amethyst color, which is exceptional really for you. Now, Beth, I'm drawing onto this crystal because I do feel that you need a little bit of TLC at the moment. I think that you need some healing energy. So that's being brought to you. There's tears that are in the past. I don't see you with those at the moment, but I do feel a lot of frustration and a sense of you not being able to recognize some of the behaviors of those people that are quite close to you. And I think it's been a difficult one. I think you've had to really assert yourself and test your patience here. But in your crystal, this is quite magical. And I am seeing that the rest of this year is going to be full of surprises, nice ones. There's gifts that are here. There's lots of presents that I can see in your crystal ball. So there must be a birthday around you or a party that you're going to, because I feel that these are surprises and gifts to be opened by you, which is very, very special. So there's communication as well from spirit. I've got 3 lights in spirit around you here. So these are from loved ones who have passed over, and they're your ancestors. They are ancestors that are coming through for you. And I can see you really wanting to try very, very hard to make connections yourself and to send out signals yourself. I think that you're waiting to hear in your dreams, or perhaps, really try hard to get somewhere with your own psychic development, because it is there. You do have that natural psychic tendency and your intuition is high. So you will develop this, Beth, and you will be surprised as well with how much further you are going to get. Now, there's one lady in particular, I've got the initial of C around her. I do want to go to a CA, Kathy or Carol is that sort of name. She is very distant. She's come in a long way here today. So there's a reason for that, and that is for her to be able to express a friendship, a level of friendship here to you, and wanting to give you some encouragement. So you're going to be trying to do something that's very difficult, and you need to have support in order to do that. Do you have a boy? I've got a little boy that's around you. Is that your boy, Beth?
It's my grandson.
Okay. Do you see a lot of him? Is he on your mind a lot? Do you think about him a lot at the moment?
I see him twice a week, actually.
Well, I'm with you there. I've seen my grandchildren today. I love my grandchildren. They are the most amazing apples of my eye. So I'm connecting here to your grandson, who is very, very important to you, running around and sort of quite hectic, beautiful smile I feel that he's got, and he melts your heart. Now, don't be worried about him, because I think that you may be perhaps feel as though his behavior sometimes is a bit erratic, but he's just full of energy, he's a ball of energy, and don't be concerned at all about him. So do you know Carol, Kathy in your life at the moment?
Can't come up with a Carol.
Who is Carol? Who is Carol? Did you say?
No, I do not have a Carol.
Okay.
I have a Cheryl, but not a Carol.
I wonder. It may well be that it's Cheryl, because it's a very difficult line to hear at the moment. We've got some new technologies coming in now. Now, Cheryl, is she in spirit? I have to ask you this, Beth.
No.
Right, because there is also a lady in spirit, and I'm wondering whether she is actually saying Cheryl's name, because there's 2 ladies that are here, and I do feel that that's important for you to know. So, Cheryl, you will be seeing very soon. It always works out when it comes through from spirit, because you will understand this message when you next see her, because I do feel that this is a connection that the two of you have, and you'll be passing this signal on to her. But you are being protected as well here, Beth. Now, I've got the 10 here of Pentacles. This is going to give you a time scale, a timeline going right the way through to October of this year. And October this year will be a very big turning point for you. And Beth, you will be seeing yourself sort of really in a much better place than you have been. So, Beth, can I ask you now about your own psychic ability, your own psychic senses? Have you been developing yourself or interested even?
Yes, I actually do readings. I'm a medium.
That's what I'm seeing here. Okay, well, watch out then for these 2 C's that I'm seeing, because they're going to connect to you very soon. And when you do your readings here, Beth, I think that you have really got to be very, very focused as well onto how you are presuming that your life is going forward. So this is really an important time. October, very special for you. Now, your grandson, I feel, will just continue, I think, here to be very much around you. The whole family, I think, is important as well on lots and lots of levels. King of Swords, yeah, you really will have to persevere and put yourself very, very solidly into a picture that you are deserving of. And this is using your intellect and using a great deal of your style. I see you as a very stylish lady, very well dressed, and really has quite a presence when you are out and about. People do take notice of you, but there is somebody from your past, an ex, I think this is a male, who is reconnecting with you and wanting to show you, I think, just really how hard he's worked. We've got the 7 of Wands there, and it's a bit like, you know, you've been pushing hard here to get somewhere with him, and yet it doesn't seem to have been that easy. Is that correct, Beth? Have you had that position where everything has been, I suppose, just quite tough, and then suddenly you've got this chance now to really reconcile differences and move forward? It's a very, very good time. So is that your story? Have you been feeling as though you've needed to have this healing, this TLC, the tears in the past? Those are the connections from the crystal ball to you. How does that resonate now with your life here, Beth?
Well, I will say that it's not a reconnection. It's an actual forgiveness on my part so that I can move forward. So it's not a reconnection.
Okay.
But it is, you know, and I have nothing to do with, there's only one person that I'm close to as in the male, and we're just friends. There's no, it doesn't go beyond that.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Flame will come in someday, but you know.
I think that, you know, at this particular time, you've got to really look long and hard at what it is that you want, because you do have these reconnections that are really going to be strong, Beth, and also you will feel as though you can do this. Yes, your twin flame is going to arrive in your life and in your future. And as we progress, we always want to see that we have friendship and that we have lots of life left in us as well. So this is your final card here. This is a 10 of Cups that is going all around. And the 10 of Cups here is just saying it's a happy life. It's a happy life that you have got. More development, I see as well, and spiritual connections abundantly coming forward here for you, and you being able to be very satisfied with your progress. So there we are, Beth. It's been wonderful to speak to you. I will give you Barbara. Barbara is a name that I've had since you joined the show, So watch out for her. She looks to be a very engaging person with some very, very special qualities, a good friend, and you're able here to really make a lot of progress in your life with her. So right now I'm going to close the show and bring in my crystal ball again. I want to bring in, thank you for joining us there as well. That's my pleasure, Beth. Here's the crystal.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial Dial 02-8488-3147 or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio, or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Wendy McCallum Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. Hi there, good evening and welcome. My name is Wendy McCallum and this is A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. How are you? How are you all? What have you been up to? How has your week been? I really hope that you've had a good week. The energy is just getting faster and faster, and with a blink of an eye, it's just like another week. So let's have a look and see what we're going to talk about tonight. So I thought I would talk about grounding tonight. You see, I think that there's lots of words that we brandish about that we kind of don't fully know what they mean. You know, we talk about being grounded and we have to ground ourselves and stuff. And a lot of times, some people make it sound quite scary, you know, oh, you better make sure you're grounded. You know, I don't know what they expected. I think you're going to float away or something. Nothing bad's going to happen if you're not grounded. Basically, grounding is just about realigning your energy. So it's just about connecting to Mother Earth and realigning that energy with Mother Earth. Now, basically, Mother Earth, when you're connected to the Earth, you can discharge like your energy, so all that energy that you're holding, and it'll make you feel a bit better. Now, what's the point here, you say to yourself? How's it going to make me feel better? How do I know that I need to be grounded? How do I know I'm not grounded? Well, would you believe I've got some answers for you? So, if you're not grounded, you might have a hard time focusing on stuff, okay? You might be constantly multitasking. You might feel a bit spaced out and a bit like out your body, if you know what I mean, or you just kind of think you drove somewhere and you've got there and you think, God, how did I get here? Sometimes you have a tendency to think about things, ruminate things, just like continually go over the same things and worry about things. Some people suffer with anxiety when they're not grounded, insomnia, and sometimes you forget your train of thought, which is me, which is why I write myself notes every week. Although I know all this stuff, it's almost like if I don't write the notes, I almost panic because I'll lose my train of thought. So maybe I'm not grounded either. Maybe I need to do a bit more grounding. So sometimes you can be a bit clumsy. Oh my God, I'm just reading stuff about myself here. Honestly, you lack luster in life, you lack joy and passion, and you know, you feel drained, you absorb other people's energy, emotions, moods as if they're your own, and sometimes you might feel a bit nervous, a bit overwhelmed, and you can get easily overwhelmed, and these are all indicative of maybe needing to be a bit more grounded, okay? And we talk about the Earth's really just like a great big gigantic battery, and it's got like a kind of subtle energy charge. And Mother Earth is naturally got a rhythm or a frequency, same as we've got a frequency. I think the frequency of Mother Earth is called the Schumann resonance, and it resonates at 7.83 hertz, in case you're interested, because I know you're not going to sleep tonight if I don't give you that information. But it is actually quite interesting. So basically, when we are out of balance, we experience all these kind of feelings, you know. And if you think about it, actually, it makes sense. You know, going back to years ago when we were caveman, we run about the earth barefoot. We never had anything on our feet. And then we progressed to leather. And then we wore leather shoes, which is fine because it was, you know, the energy would be able to pass through the leather. And then we moved on to rubber and things like that. Well, actually, the energy is not able to get through the rubber, so that means that you're disconnected. And actually realigning with Mother Earth or with your energy, has a positive effect on the body. So it helps you improve your sleep. It actually helps with circulation, improve circulation. And it helps produce the cortisol that we need to sleep. So cortisol is the hormone, the sleep hormone that we need to sleep. Do you know what? I was awake to 5 o'clock this morning. I've not slept, And I feel that there's a bit of an energy shift going on at the minute anyway that seems to be affecting what I term the sensitives, But being grounded, etc., will help you reduce pain and inflammation. It helps with stress, it helps with anxiety, it helps with a whole host of things. And it's no surprising that, we're picking up lots and lots of energy because we're on the phone all the time. You've got your frequency of the phone, you've got the phone masts, you've got television, computer games. We're surrounded by electronics and electronic frequencies and loads of different frequencies, and they kind of knock your energy out. So how do we ground ourselves? How do we bring ourselves back into like a balanced state? Well, there's lots and lots of different ways to do it, and it's not exactly hard, Crystals are fantastic, so you can use crystals. One of my favourites is hematite. I've actually got a little bracelet that when I'm not feeling particularly grounded, I think this has got hematite and onyx and black tourmaline on it, which is, if you tend to go with the darker stones, they tend to be really good for grounding and protection. So you've got obsidian, which is really good for grounding and helps with negativity. You've got onyx, which again grounds in stress and anxiety. Hematite's one of my favourite stones. You don't have to have a bracelet. You can just have a little crystal that's like £1 in the UK, maybe a couple of dollars in America, and just pop it in your pocket. I used to keep them in my bra, and then I would forget at the end of the night, and I shouldn't be telling you this because I won't tell you, but I'd take my bra off and you just hear this clunk, do you know what I mean, where it hit the floor and all these crystals would come out on the floor. So black tourmaline, I digress, black tourmaline is a good crystal as well for grounding and protection. And another really, really good one is shungite, because shungite protects against electromagnetic frequencies. So that's a really good crystal. Other things that are really, really good is take yourself for a walk. Take yourself down the beach, walk along the shore, take your socks and shoes off. Take your socks and shoes off and go for a walk down that beach. And, the sea is also great, for getting rid of negativity, because salt is a natural cleanser. So you go on the beach and put your feet in the water, and it's like having salt baths and stuff like that. You use that to absorb negativity. So do that. Walk barefoot, walk on the grass, connect back with Mother Earth, Take yourself up the countryside, it costs you nothing, and then we can do some grounding exercises. So meditation, hug a tree. Hug a tree. Do you know what? I have actually hugged a tree, in all honesty, right? But I waited and made sure nobody's seen me in case I got brandished an absolute lunatic for hugging a tree. But the energy of a tree is absolutely wonderful. And I don't know, actually, if you've ever seen the aura of a tree. If you can stand back and just look at it and see the aura of a tree. The aura of a tree is massive, massive. It's beautiful to see. Hug a tree and then do some meditation, just relax. And it's about the having a positive intention, setting an intention. So another one I tend to do is if you just close your eyes for a second and you can breathe in a beautiful white light. And just know that that beautiful white light is a healing white light. And as you breathe that beautiful white light in, you see it begin to spread throughout the body. And as it begins to spread up into the throat, up into the third eye, up through the crown, up through the crown, and see it going up, up into the sky, up into the heavens as far as it goes, and then visualize that white light coming then back down and then beginning to flood the body with this most beautiful white light. Watching it move down through the throat into the heart center and then begin to expand through the body. The solar plexus, and then into the sacral chakra, down into the root chakra, and see that white light spreading and healing as it moves through. And then see it moving down into the legs, down into the feet. See that white light then begin to move out through the soles of the feet, as if there were tree roots moving deep, deep into the earth, moving down through the earth's core into the center of the earth, where you will find a beautiful, massive piece of black tourmaline. And seeing those roots that come down, wrap around that tourmaline. And then visualizing a beautiful white bubble in front of you, a bubble of protection, so that it protects your energy field. And stepping into that bubble and knowing that only love can come in and pass through that bubble. And now gently begin to open your eyes. So that is a fantastic grounding exercise, and it can be as quick as that. So sometimes like I'll get up in the morning if I'm feeling a little bit off, and I'll just visualize throwing roots down for the soles of my feet and deep, deep into the earth, and pick a crystal of choice, whatever crystal comes into your mind, yeah, and see that crystal in the center, and then just wrap those roots round about that crystal. And that is the easiest way of grounding yourself. So I hope that explains that a little bit better for you and you can understand what it means. My name's Wendy McCallum. I'm an artist, psychic medium. You can book your readings with me through divineintuition.co.uk. You can find me on Facebook. I will be doing mentorship classes soon. I'm going to be opening up a development circle, so we can speak about development circle next week. And my artwork can be found at wendymccallumart.co.uk. So I channel artwork, so that means when I work with my spirit team and they use me as a vessel so that they can create the artwork. So it's got some lovely stuff there. So thanks for listening to me this week, and I hope you'll go away and ground yourself. So I hope you're feeling a bit better if you've been feeling a little bit off kilter, as we say in Scotland. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful week. Take care.
Is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So my wonderful friends, listeners, and viewers, thanks very much for tuning in and being here with me on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio, and Moonstruck TV. It's good to be back. And as I'm talking to you, starting my show, Susanna Medium, with your host, with myself, Susanna Medium, I am thinking of a country song with some banjo sounds and banjo playing. So my lovely friends, wherever you are listening and watching this show, anywhere in the world, whether it is live or replay or in 2 years' time or 5 years' time or, I don't know how many more years' time, if you remember, if you know, or if you still remember any folk music, any folky type music and playing the banjo, then make sure that you post under this particular show, because as I'm starting my show, once again, no idea. I can't think of any song with a banjo. So here we go. I was thinking of all different songs and getting ready for my show, but here we go. I'm always caught by surprise here. So here we go. So this is a psychic and mediumistic and spiritual show where we enjoy talking and love talking about anything spiritual, uplifting and soul empowering and encouraging and inspiring things and conversations. All of us, we are all very, very, I feel gifted. I wanted to say very inspiring, gifted, and very much dedicated to bringing you something very interesting, insightful conversation, and sometimes music, and sometimes dance, and some kind of other things as well. But then you see, you can never be prepared, and this is what happens when you are working with the energy. Oh my goodness, Mr. Day Prince, it always comes together, my show at the beginning. Well, it always comes together. That you can never prepare for anything. You know, let's take life, that we can never prepare enough for what is coming to us into our lives. So I'm not talking about the current life 2023, but then isn't that just true that we cannot really prepare? We can have plans. We can have plan A, B, C, K, Z, all the different plans, but we can never really be prepared. And then in that sense, we can never really anticipate what is coming forward and what we are going to experience and what our life is going to be about. Now it's quite interesting because, you know, we can be all different types of people, and it's natural. We need to be alive. We need to be different. We need to embrace our own energies. And some of us are very organized. Some of us have plan A, B, C, K, Q, and so on for all the occasions, especially if you have bigger families, especially if you have bigger or more, not more important jobs, but then things when you really have to be organized, or maybe you've got a desk and you have plenty of buttons to press. You need to know what you are doing, and certain anticipation is always there. But then you see very often, and then see the other type of group like myself, we like being very eclectic. We can have A, B, C plan. We can be very organized. And then the time when we need to be organized, all the plans go out of the window, and we need to be spontaneous, and we need to be brave, we need to be playful, need to be very much in the present moment. So you see, we all come in different sizes and shapes and energies. But then what really brings us together, that our life is flowing, and we are here with this flowing and wonderful energy, which is the life force we all share. And then just consider, you can always ask, where is that conversation coming, where you feel that you need to be very structured, where you need to know the plan, where you need to know every single step ahead, or even in the very moment you need to know everything. You need to be organized, you need to be in control of things, because if you are not in that way, then the world is going to fall apart, and then you might experience being a victim of your own situation, or you might blame other people, or blame all the guides and all the spirits, and you can blame anything and anybody until we get that actually we cannot do that. We need to bring the energy back to ourselves. And while I'm saying this, because I used to feel that way, that very much stuck and blaming that colleague dealing or blaming that conversation or that situation or family member. We can have all different conversations, neighbors, all different things. But then the learning here for us while we are here in our current reality is to bring that awareness forward, that we cannot go down that path. We cannot blame others. We cannot have, even in that way, the anticipation. We can have plans, but we need to have the flexibility to adapt and to adjust our steps, our actions, our way of thinking, because this is what we need to do. Otherwise, our ego comes in and we are very much stuck in the moment. And even when opportunities arise, we might not be able to see those opportunities. So you see, I feel really the conversation is about have that flexibility. Interestingly, I wanted to talk to you about intention. So intention, I'm here in time and I'm thinking of a plan. I'm thinking my plan over there, completing my plan over there somewhere in the future. So I need to get from point A to point B, and I need to set my intention. An intention, putting all the energy behind that. I need to have my plan so I am able to complete whatever I want to complete my action. But then it's absolutely fine, because we need to have that, but we need to have that flexibility and really being with the energy. And then you see, going with the energy. And then in that sense, if you think that, I'm setting my intention here, and I'm very rigidly trying to control the situation and want to stick with my original plan, we are missing many very present moments. The present moments, how they come one after each other. And then you see, in that sense, if you feel that you have embraced that flexibility and the sense of humor and going with the energy, going with the flow and being playful and not really anticipating anything, but accepting and being grateful for what you are experiencing in every single moment, that then in that sense, you can set your intention in every single moment. So if something is not working out, okay, I'm setting my intention, or I'm realigning my energy, or I'm thinking of something, I'm readjusting myself, I'm being flexible, I'm taking a breath, I'm looking around, or maybe stepping back and taking everything in and taking my next action from that space. And in that sense, even if you feel that something is not working out or has not worked out, and you feel very stuck and you feel like being a victim of your current situation, the invitation is really take a step back, take a breath. Maybe you might need to take a day or two just out, nothing or off, not even thinking about your own question. You see, the other day I had a reading with somebody, and then actually quite often it comes up that we really try to make something work, changing a job, changing a situation, moving, or relationship conversations, and we are very rigid and we are constipated with the whole energy. And then very often just taking a day or two out for ourselves, then it brings a different energy. We are able to breathe. We engage with something else. We are talking to other people. We are putting everything to the side. And then when we are coming back to the original conversation a couple of days later, I wanted to say a couple of weeks later, that might be the case as well, that then we are able to see the situation with a fresh eyes, washed face and a clean head and all refreshed energy. And interesting because my original conversation was about intention, talking about intention. And I started my show here really desperately trying to think in about 5 seconds to think about something banjo. Is still no idea what I'm trying to think of a banjo song. Or, actually, I'm just thinking I should have something, a resource in front of me. So when I get something, I can really quickly just download something and be able to play the banjo, although it might hurt my fingers, So here we go. But then going back to the conversation. So you see, just like how I had the invitation to sing, name a song, it really, I'm not saying put me out of my original track, but then it's always wonderful how in the very moment, we are not stopping. I'm not stopping the show. I'm not sitting here and not talking, especially if you are watching or listening on the radio, and then you would wonder what is the long pause. When you are doing radio, you need to continuously talk and use your voice and being very animated with your presence. So it's not the way, if you feel that in your current life situation, you feel very overwhelmed, and then the way how you are dealing with the situation is freezing and not doing anything, not saying anything, not even waving, not even saying anything, or not even showing anything, then you just acknowledge that energy, because once you acknowledge that is the way how I am dealing with the situation, then you are able to change, you are able to move, and then you are able to learn something which is going to help you to move forward. Now, it's quite interesting because I'm still thinking of a banjo song. Can everyone? There is nobody in this room as I'm talking to you, because I would not have anybody here. But I wanted to have some kind of banjo. Come on then. Oh my goodness me! When you know that you've got 1 minute left at the end of your show, and then you are really desperately trying to think of something. It's like, you see, even with the energy, with the higher dimensional energy, we cannot really know what piece of information we are going to get. I cannot really know how life goes on, and you've got the same situation. You've got the same situation. So whether we are living in the present moment or living with the higher dimensional beings and energies, then we just go with the flow, have a playful and joyful energy, and by all means, put the music on John Ben Denver. Thank God I'm a country boy. So there we go. You see, I am saved, and we are saved. And you see, I'm going to put that music on. And I know last time I was playing the air drums for about 4 days after that song. I already forgot that title, but doesn't matter, because now I'm going to do this one as well. And if you are playing a banjo, play along. By all means, play along. Life is about playing along, going with the flow. Okay. So my lovely friends, 30 seconds here. I was your show host, Susanna Medium, from www.susannamedium.com. Always 9 letters. You know this very well. You can find it everywhere. And come back in 7 days' time. And Mr. D producer, the team behind the scene, even our Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, thanks very much. This was my show 97, and see you back in 7 days' time. So play your banjo and take the music away, my lovely friend. Thank God I'm a country boy, country girl. Yes, here we go. Bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy Reader Mariana with Mariana. Live from SoulCircle.vip.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy Reader Mariana
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Mariana. Just to remind you of that, I am in the Colorado Springs, Colorado area. And just to also, sorry, I'll quit shuffling my tarot deck. Just to also remind you, an energy reader is a psychic, an evidential medium, an evidential animal communicator, and a nonverbal communicator all rolled into one. I also do teach it. You can find out about my classes or more information about me at soul, S-O-U-L, circle, CIRCLE.VIP, like very important people or very important pets. It replaces .com, so it's .VIP. Very important people. What else? I do have some classes coming up. I have animal communication classes coming up. It does start July 31st. That is a night of instruction and a night of circle. Those are in person, but on Zoom. And you get me every week, as well as Q&As every week, as well as circles every week. I am on TikTok under Mariana_energy_reader. I am on YouTube as Mariana Energy Reader or Energy Reader Mariana. You'll get there with pretty much any of it. And I'm on Instagram and Facebook. So while we wait for a caller, I just wanted to remind everyone that readings, whether those are psychic, animal, and or mediumship, are just one part of your larger due diligence. There are a lot of people out there that will tell you to trust your intuition and never give you the caveats, never give you the buts, because we have intuition plus life experience. And some of us have some trauma from past experiences that can interfere with our own personal intuition. A lot of times when we're doing this work, it doesn't interfere with the people we read for, but it can interfere with ours because of fear, because of past traumas, because of a lot of different things. So I just want to remind everyone out there that a reading is just part of a larger due diligence when you're making decisions. And even readers can't always trust their intuition. Otherwise, I would have won the lottery and you might not be talking to me right now. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. Intuition is really about experience, questions, verification, and your other due diligence. The T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. Also, just because a reader told you something, I remember a story from one reader who was a teacher one time who said he went out and sold his house based on something a psychic told him. And not 2 weeks later, after he signed the paperwork, the house property value in his neighborhood went up by about a few $100,000. So just because you hear it from a psychic doesn't always necessarily mean that that energy is for that particular moment. You have to do your other due diligence. Do we have a caller yet? All right, I don't think we do. So we can go on and we're going to talk about how animals see reincarnation and death. One of the things is that I am an animal communicator. I also do teach it. I am very passionate about the animal communication, which at its lowest level is telepathy. Animals don't necessarily see death the same way we do. We grieve deeply, and they do grieve as well, especially when they lose their animal companions, but they don't do it in quite the same way. They do tend to see it more of a transition from one energy form to another. Our animals tend to stay with us in energy form after passing. I do a lot of readings where I'm like, I feel like this energy is still with you, and I will give information that they then validate, especially if they still have animals at home that still interact with the passed over animals. Do animals reincarnate? They do. They do. And I think it's an exciting thing, and I'm starting to wonder, oh, we do have a caller. Crystal, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. What can we do for you today?
I was just hoping for a reading to see if my fiance comes through.
Okay, so if he comes through as in actually getting married?
No, he passed away on June 13th.
Okay, all right. Don't give me any more. So this is Crystal, and you want to talk to your fiance. All right, Crystal. I'll give you a little bit of information. And if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. I can always be wrong. I just want to caveat that to everyone. If I'm wrong, it's okay. I do get a handsome man with dark hair, and I kind of get a little bit of somewhat of olive skin, or he would have tanned very easily. Would you understand this description?
Yes.
Okay. I also get, I want to say I'm maybe under 6 feet tall, but with my shoes, I always appear a little bit taller, and I kind of make sure I wear those shoes specifically, especially date night. Would you understand this?
Well, yeah, he was under 6 feet.
Under 6 feet. So he's about 6 feet with the shoes, and he kind of enjoyed being a little bit taller. I do get a kind person, but I also get someone with a little bit of little bit quick to irritation, a little bit quick to almost anger. Would you understand that about his personality?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he does come through with a few apologies, actually. He wants you to understand that his upbringing, I feel, was very different from yours, and you didn't always necessarily understand some of his personality traits. Would you understand that?
Yes.
So his apologies are a little bit about his love languages, because he said he wasn't able always to give you the same type of love language that you deal in. He wasn't always able to express himself, but the love was very genuine and very deep. And he does want me to express that to you right now, that even though sometimes maybe you questioned it because of his personality, he wants to assure you that this was a real serious, loving connection. And I feel like you're not even in, like, he's making it like it's very important to tell you that, but I feel like you know that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do know that.
Yes. He also misses you deeply. And I know it's very hard because they can visit us anytime they want to, but without being here in that human form, it's very difficult on us. And it's very difficult on him to watch you going through this. His mother is still alive. Would you understand that?
No, she's gone.
She is passed. And maybe it is possibly your mother then. He's bringing a mother in and saying that is kind of is that your mother?
My mother's still alive.
Yeah.
My great-grandmother has passed.
Okay. Well, it's more of a support thing. I think he's just saying, and sorry, I look away when I do this, so I'm not distracted. But he's just kind of bringing it in as a support system and saying that you aren't necessarily reaching out to people enough, and that he would love for you to get a little more involved and get outside more. He's actually kind of, are you being an introvert at the moment due to the situation?
Yeah, I haven't left the house.
Oh, okay. All right. And so he's just kind of saying, life is for the living. He loves you deeply. He apologizes for some of his gruff behavior. For some reason, he's harping on the fact that how much he deeply, deeply loved you and how much you deserve to be loved. And he wants you to keep going on. And he also does mention your support system, flowers, and I want to say there's a child, but I'm not sure if it's actually a child that is it might be a niece or a nephew, but just to bring these things back into your life to make you smile. He wants to make you smile. He says your smile is radiating.
Oh, okay.
All right, Chris, so we only have 60 seconds left, but thank you for sharing your fiance with me. I hope that they give you a little peace and a little bit of healing. I'm so sorry.
I had more answers, that's all.
Absolutely. He wishes that too. Did you say, do you wish you had more time, correct?
I wish I had more answers and more time. Of course, more time.
Okay. Our connection isn't wonderful, but you can always feel free to email me as well. Also, you can also always follow up with me on my website, which is soulcircle.vip. And complimentary, I would answer a few more questions for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing your life with me tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. All right, everyone. Thank you for being here. And that was a very small, quick example of a mediumship reading with evidence. If you aren't getting evidence, it technically isn't a mediumship reading, in my opinion. So you have to be careful of what you're getting and what you're listening to and what you're believing.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side. live from JohnCapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from JohnCapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at JohnCapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. It's Tammy Petricelli from Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center and Tammy Petricelli Medium. And you can see I have a different background today. I'm just in a different room, but thank you for joining me, whether you're joining live or you're joining later. So I hope everyone had a good week. I'm sorry if you missed me last week, but I'm sure they showed a good repeat, hopefully the same one from the week before. And I had a very interesting opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. to a convention for Bereaved Parents USA this past weekend. And it was really an honor to be asked. I subbed for a friend of mine, Deborah Finley, and it was such an honor to be asked to speak to these parents. These are parents that have lost children, whether as small children or adult children, and through many different ways. So I led them in a wonderful meditation, journeying meditation to help them relax and connect with spirit themselves so that they could get a message from their children. So it was such a blessing to do that. And of course, as I like to do, I gave a little gift away, had a drawing. So just a reminder that we are still pulling for that free Zoom reading with me. All you need to do is go to Tammy Petricelli, Tammy D. Petricelli Medium on Facebook, and like and or follow the page, and then write in a comment that you heard me on A1R Psychic Radio or saw me on Moonstruck.tv. You will then be entered into a Zoom reading with me for free, a complimentary reading, and we do it by Zoom, so it doesn't matter where you are, what country you're in. We will find a time that works with both of us. My last one to receive this was an Australian, so it doesn't matter where you are, what time zone. But this lets me know who's watching, and it lets you know where I'm appearing, what else is going on. I don't spam people, so share this with your friends and family to let them enter the drawing as well. We have Lisa from New Hampshire. Hi, Lisa. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Hi. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be on.
Well, we're happy that you're on also. And New Hampshire is an amazing, lovely place. I was only there once for classes, actually. I'm trying to think of the name of the town. But anyway, Lisa, how can I help you today? Would you like me to connect with a loved one on the other side, or do you have a question for me?
I have a question.
All right,
any
let's
of
get
my
right to
guides can answer. I have one particular that likes to come through, but really any of them can come through, whoever's the strongest today. So I'm currently at a crossroads in my career right now, and trying to kind of figure out the best path to take, because there's a lot of different ones for what would be the highest path for me to take right now without, I don't want to have to go backwards or anything.
Okay.
So I'm struggling
So what I'm
with that.
feeling is what's causing this crossroad is that you feel a little bored where you are, like needing to accelerate what's going on. It's not giving you that inner pleasure anymore. Do you understand that?
Yep.
Yeah, like I feel like you like what you do, but you need more. You're advancing. And I will say that staying with the same in the same you don't work for yourself, is that correct?
No.
But you're looking to possibly take more of a supervisory or work more independently or for yourself. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I'd much rather work for myself.
Exactly. But they're making me feel like this is going to be a challenge. And whenever you start a new business, it takes a while. So,
that's kind of where I've been stuck, I think.
And I have to tell you that I'm feeling that stuck feeling a little bit longer for you, even if you move towards another I feel like staying in the same industry, but maybe in another department or taking on additional role where you are. I feel like you need to take this slow to work what you're doing to stay balanced and income, et cetera, but to start, it's kind of like working two jobs. You're going to work two jobs. To start branching out on your own, I would not put all my eggs in one basket yet, if you understand. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And you have a grandmother that you were very close to who's on the other side. Is that correct?
She came through. I haven't talked to her in a while. I also have gifts. So I usually have another guide who's very strong personality, so she comes through all the time. But I've missed my grandmother, so I'm happy that she came to visit.
Yes, and she makes me feel like this is something she would have said to you. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
But
okay, because this is how energetically how she's coming through. Like she wants to support you, but she's saying, remind yourself, good things come to those who wait. It's kind of like take your time so that you can have all of your ducks. She's just giving me all these little sayings. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Good things come to those who wait. Don't put all your ducks in a row. Wait until all your ducks in a row. So I don't know if this was part of her personality, because for some reason this is how it's coming to me. All of these little sayings. Okay.
Because I like symbolism.
Perfect. Perfect. And she knows that. So she's coming through with all these little isms, these little quips, to keep you in your, keep your mind together. Keep it. All right, I'm going to do this. 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 And I'm not sure where I'm going with this, please, but I'm hearing the word baking and I'm seeing big chocolate chip type cookies. Does that make any sense to you?
Baking?
Mm-hmm.
I like watching baking shows because they're fun.
No.
And I always said someday when I'm like, have a lot more time in my hands, I might learn how to bake from scratch because I'm creative. But
okay, so you're not trying to go into a baking business or a cookie business, correct? Unless this was something that you did with your grandmother, then this is another metaphor. It's like I said, I wasn't sure where I was going with this because it makes me feel like a metaphor, like to bake bread, you need the dough to rise, which takes time. Okay.
Right.
Will you be doing this? All right. I need to give you 5 years. I know this seems long, but 5 years, usually they don't tell me that long. It makes me feel like before you are exactly where you want to be.
Well, time is not linear, so I'm not worried about time.
Hey, yay, somebody who gets it. Okay.
It's circular. I'm very advanced and awakened, so this is kind of a fun call for me.
Okay.
Well, that, and I am struggling. But the other thing I'm struggling with, like, is so I know exactly what I want to be doing in my business. But the problem is there's a lot of different things I want to do. So the problem for me is choosing which to go after first. That would be the best
that may
for
be
me.
why.
And
go ahead.
No. Well, and then the other side note is my current job, I can't stay in because of health problems.
Okay. And that may be why it's going to take longer, because it makes me feel that these decisions have to be made. Okay. But you're trying to figure out how to blend a lot of things. And this is what I'm feeling like that's part of the issue, that you need to focus on it. Are you, and you said that health issues with the work, but are you looking at health drinks?
Health drinks?
Smoothies or health drinks?
I have before. I know I've looked at that medium guy. He has good detox drinks. The medical medium.
Oh, the medical medium. Okay. So they're showing me like a really thick green smoothie. So it's either for your own health, if that's not something you're into developing as a business, then they're making me feel that juicing or smoothies, whatever, going back for your own health. And this may simply be in order to get more clarity for yourself and to clean out. Do you feel like you need a cleansing?
Oh, I totally know I need a cleansing. Like, I can feel the sludge inside.
Okay.
I'm very hyper aware of my body. So I definitely have been feeling that for a while.
Okay, there's some confirmation for you. It's time for you to do a cleansing. Get your health and take care of yourself. And they haven't shown me what it is exactly that you will be doing. And I really feel that that's because you haven't made your decision, and it has to be your decision. But our time is up. And Lisa, I'm going to thank you so much for calling in. Please watch this again. I hope that you'll pick up even more cues on how to proceed. And I want to thank everyone for joining me. Don't forget, go to Tammy D. Petrocelli Medium on Facebook and like and or follow that page. Put on there, I saw you on Moonstruck.tv or heard you on A1R Psychic Radio, and you will be entered into a drawing for a free reading. Thank you. Namaste. Have a great week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Tea with Marie, with Antoinette Marie. Live from AntoinetteMarie.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Tea with Marie
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, lovely. Welcome to my show, Soul Tea with Marie. So I was going to have a guest this evening, and she was not able to make it. It's Michelle. She was on last week, and she talked about twin flames. I just found out that she wasn't going to make it. So I'm going to do something a little bit different, and I kind of knew that's where we were going today. I kept hearing a certain name pop up, and that I was going to do some channeling. And maybe tell a little bit about my story as well, how I got into being a medium and how I got to be here, and then the channeling. So first I want to say that I will be channeling, today's July 20th, and this is the birthday of Chris Cornell. It is also the day that Chester Bennington took his life, or his life was taken, depending on what it is that you believe or what you feel. So I will be channeling both of them. They are definitely here. Chris told me all day that I was going to channel him. And I said, I guess I'm going to do it for YouTube, because I do channeling on YouTube. And he just happened to be the one and only person. Well, he and Chester, believe it or not, were the only two people that I channeled before on YouTube, but I have channeled others. Lane Stanley comes with Chris. Chris kind of comes with a plethora of people. When he came to me with grunge and all of those boys. So we'll see who pops through. And I'm already getting the scratchy throat, which is in reference to Chris, because when he, okay, so they're just ready to talk. They're just ready to talk. Chris is just ready to talk already. And so this is a 30-minute show. I'm going to close my eyes, and this may just go right into the time, and I may not see it. So I apologize for anybody that's watching. But when they start sending me information, I just kind of roll with it. And I do want to say quickly that Kurt Cobain is also here to say hello and to watch the festivities of his brother. What he calls Chris is his brother. And Chester, he says little brother, but not quite. But he does honor Chris as his brother, and he says brother in arms. Okay, so, okay. So Kurt's going to stick around just for a little bit more. Okay, so Kurt is here also to honor Chris for what he brought to music. He's saying that he laid out the land for everyone. He started it all. He paved the path. And Kurt is saying he is grateful for that. Kurt is also very playful, and he's like, yeah, I had talent. He's like, I would have made it anyway, but he's saying Chris really he's using an 80s comment, which is took the bull by the horns. Do you remember that when we used to say that in the 80s? He took the bull by the horns and he plowed through. And by the time Kurt was on the scene, Chris had already been around for quite a while. I don't know a lot about grunge. When I first became a medium, or when I realized I became a medium, one of the first people that came to me, this is years ago, was Kurt. But I never discussed with him his music or grunge. And it wasn't until years later, until Chris Cornell came to me a few years ago, and he stayed for about a weekend. And then he left, and he came back again a couple months ago. And he's been here full force. So I know a little bit about music, but I don't know a lot. Anyway, Kurt is saying, quiet, I'm here. Kurt is very abrupt and direct, where, and Chris is saying where Chris is saying I could be direct, but I was a little more playful, sarcastic when I was direct. added a little charisma to it, a little sex appeal, which I know Chris is saying I wasn't really known for that. I shied away from that. But I also used it, and I knew how to use it. I used it with restraint because I was always married. And he is saying, so we're going to move back into Chris, and he is saying that I loved both of my wives, contrary to everything that has gone on, but I loved them both. Susan was my first love, and she helped pave the way for what I became. And I have regrets on how I became later in life with her. We had an explosive falling out that the world saw. I don't mean the world as in the whole world. I mean Seattle. Seattle saw our fights in plain view. It was, he's saying it was written in the stars what happened to us. And I think he is, okay, sorry, not think. He's showing me, he means that in two ways. He means that she was a soulmate. He's correcting me. She is a soulmate. And that was what was to happen to them. Unfortunately, he said that he's very specific, and he's always been specific when it came, and he's saying with my music, with my writing, with how I played guitar, drums, everything. And he's saying I played many musical instruments, Antoinette. He's very particular. Piano, he's like, especially the piano, it has to be done a certain way. And also when you're channeling, make sure you get the right words. So he's saying that they could have stayed together, but he chose to go a destructive path. That they had multiple pathways that they could have gone, and he decided to go the destructive pathway. And that was through drugs, alcohol, but also into his next marriage. Now, he's very particular about this because he knows there's a lot of controversy with his marriage. And he's saying, I loved Vicky very much. She was also a soulmate. The things that happened and occurred between us. He is saying, I'm not here to discuss my death. I'm not here to discuss what happened that night. This is not the place for that. What I do want to discuss is pathways and how we can choose. He's like, how we can choose where we want our life to go. We always have choices, even though we come here with certain expectations of what we want. He's saying, I wanted to be a singer. I wanted to be a guitarist, a rock and roll guitarist. And that's what I did. My soul wanted to be big. Even though my human self didn't always want that, but it kind of did. Towards the end, I wasn't playing large concerts, but I loved those large concerts, especially with Audio Slave. Audio Slave got bigger and bigger and bigger. He's like, I know everybody loves Soundgarden. We played some great, fantastic concerts, but there was just something about Audio Slave. When we played, the energy was different. It pulsated differently. And honestly, I couldn't handle it. My anxiety couldn't handle Audio Slave. And also what was happening behind the scenes in my own personal life. I had just gotten married. I had children. And he's very quick to say, also not discussing children. There are people watching and curious. This is not the place for that question. And the people that are curious know what that question is. It's off limits. While I say that he wants me to point out at this moment, because we're talking about children, although he says this also goes with Susan for some reason. So I bought this dandelion. You probably can't see it. Oh, there we go. Maybe you can. So it's a dandelion necklace. And okay, he's mentioning there's a song about dandelions. I don't think I've heard the song. And he's telling me he's all over the place. So I'm just going with whatever he says, and we're just going to go with it. He's saying that he used dandelion multiple times, sometimes in reference to his children, but also in reference to Susan the dandelion, Susan the moon. And there is something with their 2 birthdays in the moon that he is referring to. And so he's going back to the soulmates, which is why he's here. He wants to talk about soulmates. Okay, because the twin flame, because we were supposed to have a twin flame. We were supposed to have a twin flame reading tonight. So he wants to talk a little bit about soulmates and how you can be on a path with someone like he was with Susan, who he, again, is saying, I loved very much. He said, contrary to, I'm just going to swear, I hope it's okay, it's his word, bullshit. He's like, contrary to all the bullshit I said as we were nearing the end, I did love her. She was my soul. She was, when I spoke about my veins, she was the veins of me. She is what created me. Show me how to live. And he's saying she was my creator. But I fell short of what she wanted and needed. But she also fell short of what I wanted and needed. We were young and we grew up together and we grew apart, and I was a child in many ways and very immature and didn't handle it properly. For that, I give her. And so he's showing me that that's the end. And then he moves on to Vicky. And he says that he shows me Vicky and the children. He's being very cautious about this, very cautious about talking about her because of all the controversy, and that he wants people to know that no matter what transpired between the 2 of them, he chose that pathway to learn lessons. That was ultimately what he wanted to do. And for whatever reason, she soothed his anxiety when he was on stage. There was something about her that felt like home to him. And yet he's saying it also wrecked him. That he thought he was becoming who he was or who he should be, but in the end, it wasn't. He realized when he went back to Soundgarden that all the running he did was for naught. He actually was that little boy that got on stage when he sang 19. When I was 19 and I got on stage with Susan, I guess you knew Susan at 19, and Susan was Susan. I still was that person when I got back with Soundgarden. I realized it, and as I was playing, who I was started to come back to me again. I had forgotten and forgotten and forgotten. And because of that, caused a lot of restraint in my marriage. And it became very unhealthy. But again, he's saying, I chose it, and I chose to stay in an unhealthy circumstance. It's almost as though this was my karmic need for what I had done in my first marriage. And now I was paying for it in my second marriage. And he's saying, I know a lot of people don't want to hear that because people love me and they put me on a pedestal and they look at me as being perfect, and that these women chastise me I'm not saying they were healthy for me, or that they were good for me, or that I chose well. But they didn't choose well either. I could never be the man that they wanted me to be, because I couldn't be the man that I wanted to be. I was so busy performing and trying to be everything to everyone, including my family, my children, that I forgot. No, not forgot. I lost myself. Every day I lost myself, and I changed myself, and I changed myself, and I changed myself so many times that after a while, when I looked in the mirror, I didn't know who I was. But towards the end, I realized I hadn't known who I was until towards the end. And I started to recognize, wait a second. And I started to wake up, really started to wake up in those last 2 years of who I actually was, what I represented, what I wanted to sing. I mean, I always sang everything that I wanted to. I always crossed those boundaries, and the lyrics that you heard are what I wanted to say. But the person that was singing them, there was always this facade that I put out because I was so afraid of my own skin, my own self. And he mentions drugs when he was younger, something about drugs. He did too many drugs and it affected him. It clouded his mind, or it altered him. Something about doing drugs altered him in his younger life that caused all of this as he went through the years. Okay, he wants to take a back seat now. So what happens when spirit comes down and he's explaining it to me and he wants to explain it, wants me to explain it, which is when spirit comes down, they start to feel what they felt then, even though he's fully healed and he's doing magnificent work on the other side. They feel those feelings, and I can feel the sorrow and the loss of not knowing who he was. And he's saying it, he's just taking a moment because we are talking about heavy things. For him, it's very heavy. So we're moving to Chester, who's very happy to be here. And it's funny, I found this picture. I don't know if you can see it. I found it in my things. I am in the middle of moving, and I don't know how to make it. Is it this way? I don't know. Good enough. I'm in the middle of moving. So I just have a few things with me, and that just popped out of one of my books, and I'm like, "Hi, Chester, how are you? I guess you're here with us." So he is here, and he's much. So he's comparing himself to Chris, which Chris was very dark and rooted, and had this fantastic, sarcastic, dark sense of humor. Almost like the English dry humor, where Chester's saying, I was a little more bubbly. I was a little more loud, although he could be loud when he sang. He's like, I was just loud. I jumped around, and, I was like, he's like, I was like the little kid compared to Chris. And he's very excited to be here. He's saying he's so happy that people still listen to his music. And he said, he showed me he has this little kid energy. And he's just so excited to have this platform to share he's calling them gifts. His music was a gift to him. He feels it was heaven sent. He's mentioning UFOs. the first time he came to me, he mentioned UFOs, and he's mentioning it again. He's just fascinated with UFOs. He's like, I just love them. I love all that stuff. I love the alien stuff. And I think it's him. When I first started, he was mentioning, he had me get out this cup to put my water in, by the way. And so here it is. It's a flower, and of course you're not going to see it. There you go. Sort of, there you go. One of these days I'm going to figure this out, how these cameras work. So I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of flower that is. I think it's a lilac, maybe. But he mentioned to me purple flowers. I know that's pink, sort of lavender, but he mentioned purple flowers, and he also mentioned forget-me-nots. And I think Chris mentioned white roses. So those 3 flowers, they mentioned to me. So they go with one of the 2. I do believe purple flowers, forget-me-nots go with Chester, and white roses go with Chris. And I believe Chris would give his wife white roses and pink. He's also mentioning pink. But I do believe there may have been roses at his passing, at his ceremony. But forget-me-nots for Chester, and there may be a tattoo for forget-me-nots. Something with fans, forget-me-nots. He's very much into that. So also too, let me see here. There's also a planting of a tree. I want to say that is also for Chester, although I know that people have done a lot of things for Chris. No, so Chris is saying, there's a statue for me. And he laughed, ha, 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 there's a statue. He's like, it is what it is. And he's saying, kids, it wouldn't be my forte. It wouldn't be something I would do, but I get it. Kids. That's all he was saying, kids. So his children must have had something to do with the statue. So anytime anything that has to do with Chris's children, all 3 of them, he just, anything, he loves them, anything goes. And he's very, very keen on mentioning all 3. And again, so he's saying this is too short. I'm not going to go there about Lily, but Lily Bug. He's saying Lily Bug is his baby. He loves his Lily Bug. Okay, so Chester. Okay, so Chester makes notion to the family. Let's see, check the time. Not that I should be checking time, but I am. Oh, okay. We have about 5 minutes. So Chester makes notion about his family. So I feel like there's other mediums that are watching right now, and this is why he's bringing this up. Someone has a question out there. Chris was closer to his family than what Chester was to his. He loved his family, but there was something going on in his home life, his personal life. That he wants to make known for whatever reason. Chris is very on it, but Chester's saying, no, I want this out there so people know that it wasn't so quick. Okay, I think his wife moved on fairly quick. He said it wasn't so quick. It may have looked that way, but that wasn't the way it was. We were on the, he's saying we were on the outs anyway. But I loved my wife and she loved me, but we had some problems that were arising. And he's saying, I'm not saying we were getting a divorce. It's nothing like that. But he understands why she moved on so quickly. And his lifestyle, his life was hard on her, he's saying. It was very hard. He's like, I lived a rock and roll life. He's like, Chris did it different. He's like, I tried to do it like Chris, I couldn't quite get it down. Chris, he said, Chris just had a way about him of making things work. He's like, I couldn't make things work the same way. He's saying I was more selfish in what I wanted, where Chris gave everything. He's like, I didn't do that. He's like, I probably should have done it more so than what I did. And I'm asking about that fateful day. And okay, you're saying there's no time to go into that. So we're not going to go into that. I will channel these two beautiful souls on my website, which is AntoinetteMarie.net, on my YouTube channel. I'm sorry, my brain is everywhere right now, which is Soul Tea with Marie. But anyway, so I just want to make sure I have all my messages. Dandelion, Forget Me Nots, 27 Club. So I know Kurt came through, but I also believe there's something with Chester. So Chester's here, if anyone's wondering, and Chris is here. Chester mentions the 27 Club. He was fascinated with the 27 Club for whatever reason. And that whole era. But there's something about the 27 Club that resonated with Chester. And also why he was drawn to Chris, even though Chris wasn't part of the 27 Club. There's something there about Chris, 27, and Chester. I don't know. If anybody's watching this and put a little note, please let me know, because I don't know. I don't know a lot of this stuff. I try not to look it up. What they went in with? We have about 30 seconds here. Okay, so Chris says just spread the love. And Chester, spread the warmth. It's all about loving the ones around you, both of them. It's about loving the ones around you the most. Nothing else matters. And that's a reference to a song. So if you want to look that up, Chris is mentioning the song, Nothing Else Matters. And to hold on to what is most precious and don't ever let it go.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. And thank you for tuning in to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I hope you've all had a good week. Today we are going to be looking and talking about these little babies. That's a pendulum. And for anyone who doesn't know what a pendulum is, we use this for guidance, and we use it for a technique called dowsing. And I'm going to show you a few different ones because I've had a good week. I've gone a little nuts and bought a few of them. So I've got a couple of my little friends here with me. And so I'll be showing a few of them to you. And I will program one live so you can just see how to go about doing it. And I'll give you a bit of an idea of how to use it, and just explain a little bit about it to you. Okay, now within our body, we have a lot of wisdom. We don't feel like we do. We're always looking externally for our answers. However, if we are working with our higher self, we actually do have everything we need to know. It's just that we just don't trust ourselves. Okay, so we're always going to somebody else for advice. So, you know, of course, when we have medical issues, legal issues, psychological issues, of course, we need help and guidance from experts. But for our everyday kind of things, you know, giving ourselves advice and stuff like that, we do have a lot of wisdom within us. Now, the pendulum, this is one that I use. It's the one that I was just showing you. It's a general pendulum. Or I use it generally. It's not a general pendulum. It's the way that I use it for readings, and it's very beautiful. I love it. It's my favorite. It's got a little star in there, and it's a little bit blingy, which, you know, very me. And so the pendulum is a very powerful tool, and bad things come out of good intentions. So you always have to be very careful when you're using it. You have to be responsible. You have to work with your highest good for yourself and for others. All right. It can be used, of course, like I said, for personal guidance and for healing. If you want to gather information about somebody else, you really need to have their permission first. Unless somebody comes to you for a reading, or you're reading for somebody and the answer is for yourself and that other person is involved in the situation and the answer benefits them as well. It's not something to be used just to be nosy about what's going on in somebody else's life, you know, like, is so-and-so happy in their marriage? You know, if you're just asking for things like that, that's using it, you know, not for your highest good. All right. Now, I guess a quick thing to sort of mention is, what does a pendulum know? This little baby, it knows nothing. On its own, it knows nothing. All right. Energetically, it will gravitate to you. However, if you were out looking for a pendulum, I've been in crystal shops where they've got pendulums and they're all hanging, and there might be 10 in a row, and there might be 3 or 4 that are swinging towards me, but the rest will just be still. And I'll be looking at it going, is she really swinging at me? Because I'm not buying any today. But you'll see energetically you're matching up with the energy of that crystal on the pendulum, and that's why it starts moving in your direction, and you'll see they'll swing a lot, right? So you'll know which ones you gravitate to you even before you gravitate to them. And this is just energetically speaking. If you find that there's a whole lot of them and they're just in a tub or something, then of course that's not going to happen. And which was the case when I bought these ones. Most of them were in a tub. These two, that when I bought these two, and I love this one too because that's got all the chakra colors on it as well, And this is my tracking pendulum, which is for, well, you can use it, find your phone, find your glasses, find your keys, things like that. It's a tracking pendulum. A lot of people don't know this about me. I started my journey into mediumship, even though I could see spirit all my whole life, and I just thought every house was haunted that I lived in, and I was always running out of houses. Everyone that I lived in. What got me started in using these abilities is that I started to see missing people, and people that had been on the news, people that I'd seen murdered, and they didn't know where the bodies were. And I was like, why am I seeing all these things? What's going on? And I just started my journey to work out why that was happening to me. And so it was inevitable that one of these would come my way, and that I would be working with tracking. And I did have a spirit who had been murdered here in Australia, and she was with me all the time. I'm not going to say her name because it's quite personal to the family and that, but it was on the news, and she was with me all the time when they were looking for her body. Spirit who had been murdered here in Australia, and she was with me all the time. I'm not going to say her name because it's quite personal to the family and that, but it was on the news, and she was with me all the time when they were looking for her body. Spirit who had been murdered here in Australia, and she was with me all the time. I'm not going to say her name because it's quite personal to the family and that, but it was on the news, and she was with me all the time when they were looking for her body. Spirit who had been murdered here in Australia, and she was with me all the time. I'm not going to say her name because it's quite personal to the family and that, but it was on the news, and she was with me all the time when they were looking for her body. Spirit who had been murdered here in Australia, and she was with me all the time. I'm not going to say her name. When I hold programmed, all right, but before I work, what I would be asking is, are you ready to work with me? So backwards and forwards is how my pendulum swings. When that's a yes, stop. Is my name Samantha? That's my no, sideways. So you all know my name is not Samantha, it's Mary. Stop. Do I live in Australia? So it's backwards and forwards, so that's my yes. Stop. Am I 21? That's a big no. My pendulum's going to get over it. Okay, stop. All right, so that's how you can test your pendulum as well, to see, to know, ask it things that you know are not correct, to get it to give you correct answers. All right, So I've got a couple here. So this one is a new one, Opalite, and it's for emotional releasing. Okay. And this one here is a master healer. So I'm going to use this one to just give you a quick idea of how to train it. Okay. So you will say, are you ready to work with me? Okay, stop. Show me yes. So you've got to get what your answers are. Each pendulum will be different. Stop. Show me no. Okay, so you can see it going from side to side. Stop. You must tell it to stop after each question. Show me maybe. So from my end, it's moving around and it's going anti-clockwise. Stop. And show me wait. Okay, so I'm not sure how clear this is for you guys, but wait is on an angle, going from left down to right. So that's the symbols for this pendulum, or to let me know what the answers are. Okay, so have some fun with it, looking for it, tune into which pendulum you want, and if you have any questions, you can email me and I can give you a few more answers to help you out. I hope you've enjoyed today, and I'll see you all next week. Have a good week and be safe and smile. Bye.
Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I am Andrea Bacon, your host. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're all doing awesome. So I wanted to start off with just something a little bit different today, and I wanted to do a 1-minute grounding or centering meditation. And I'm just going to be talking you through it, so it won't be any empty spaces, quiet spaces. So if you would like, please close your eyes and soften your gaze and take a few slow, deep breaths. Feeling your chest rise as you inhale and soften as you release. And noticing how your body feels on the surface you're sitting on, the floor beneath your feet. And just noticing any sensations in your body, relaxing any areas that might feel tight, and just breathing in and out and softening. Bringing your attention to your mind, notice any thoughts, releasing any attachments or judgments to them, and just noticing them as they arise. Just breathing normally, and bring your awareness to your heart. Listening to the wisdom of your heart, asking yourself, what am I grateful for? And whatever is present to you. And then bringing your awareness back to your breath, being in the now moment, feeling the surface that you're sitting on, the floor beneath your feet, and coming back to the room that you're in. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Okay, so I hope that was helpful to you, maybe kind of letting go of the day for just a minute there. So I'm going to talk about the angels. I've been working intentionally with the angels for 27 years. So that's crazy to me. It's been almost 30 years. That's crazy that it's been that long. It's hard to believe. But when I first started, I had learned a lot about Archangel Michael. So that's who I'm going to mostly talk about today. So I'm not going to go over the history or the Bible or anything with religion, nothing about that. So Archangel Michael, as you may know, he is important for people who work with the spirit world, who are on a spiritual journey, light workers, empaths, people tapping into the higher realms to gain or to receive guidance in order to help other people, as well as help ourselves and the world, really. Now, all the angels have specialties, they have purposes, and they can do many things. They're not only, just that one purpose, but his main precise job is to protect humans, is to protect people here, okay? So this can be energetically as well as physically. So he is great at removing any energy that has been sent to you through thought, word, or deed. And as empaths, we really can absorb so much stuff that's not ours. We can feel emotions and even physical ailments in the body from other people. As well as with all the angels, it's important to note that we must ask them for their help. this is a free will planet, and they don't intervene unless there's like a life-threatening situation. So it is important to cleanse our energy from what's not ours. And I think it's great to do this every day if you can. So if you start to feel angry out of nowhere or sad out of nowhere, know that it's probably not your energy. Someone you know could be thinking about you, and they could be going through those emotions at the time that they're thinking about you, and you can feel them. We especially feel this when, there's a strong bond that we have with someone, and it can be just a soul bond. We don't have to have them in our lives. We don't have to have them around us if they're not really a part of our life anymore. But there's that strong soul bond, and they're thinking about you, and they're going through those emotions. Like I said, you can pick up on them. That's happened to me many times. So another thing that is really helpful to call on Archangel Michael is when you feel unsafe or if you feel afraid. So whether you feel physically or energetically afraid, if you're, you can call on him and he will help you. The angels can be in many places, and you're not bothering them. So you can call on them several times a day, and it's not going to be bothering them. They are there for that purpose, really. They want to be working with people as much as possible. And this is going to be helping the world. It's helping us as individuals with our lives, raising our vibrations, and helping us to live a happier, healthier life, raising the vibrations of the planet. And so it's a great thing to do to bring the angels into your life. So every morning I ground my energy to be connected to the earth, to be present in the present moment, to be connected to myself. And this is also great to do if you're in your head a lot or feeling scattered. Just grounding into the earth, releasing energy into the earth. I'm sure a lot of you already do that or know about that. But after I do my grounding, I call on Archangel Michael. I really have to do this every day, especially as a medium. But this is great for, like I said, for anybody to do. So I call on him to enter my home, my energy field, and even my car to remove any negativity, negative energies, negative entities, or anything that really, it doesn't belong with me. So it could be something I've absorbed from being somewhere else, or something that someone has sent to me intentionally or unintentionally. So I ask him to remove this from my home, from my aura, and take it into the light for transmutation. Because energy doesn't die, and I think it's good to just, instead of sending it to someone, to just send it into the light. I think that's really kind of the best thing to do. And then I ask to be sealed with divine white light for protection, keeping out any harm and negativity. I make sure to bring the white light into my home, and then that to be sealed as well, because like I said, being a medium, being open to spirit, anything can enter, and that kind of goes with empaths. So this just makes all the difference in the world to do these things. It only takes a few minutes, and is extremely helpful. And I forgot to mention that he comes through like a royal blue color, so you might see a blue orb. If you're seeing like blue sparkles out of the corner of your eyes, it's very likely it could be Archangel Michael. A lot of the angels do tend to show sparkles if you just see them. Now, I'm not talking about a medical condition here, but if you see sparkles out of the corner of your eyes, and that used to happen to me a lot, it looked kind of glittery, that angels do that, if that's not like a medical thing for you. But You can also call on him to clear public spaces. I usually do this if things are getting chaotic in the environment that I'm in, or people are getting rowdy and it's like just kind of uncomfortable. You know, as I mentioned before, though, the angels, they are not going to infringe on anybody's free will, but they can protect you if anyone is like infringing on your free will. And it definitely makes a difference if you do that. And like it's kind of immediately, everything just kind of feels more normal. It's really cool. But so doing this practice daily as much as possible, like I said, it changed my life. I don't think I'd be here right now if I hadn't done this. I like doing what I'm doing. I really don't think I'd be doing what I'm doing if I had not, you know, put this effort into this energetic hygiene. And another thing to think about is if you had a trauma or a difficult home, whether it be in your childhood or any time in your life, where people or situations were hard, were difficult, were negative, they could be influenced by spirits that are of a lower vibration or trickster spirits. And if you experience a lot of this in your life, even if you're not experiencing it anymore, I definitely, you know, I've been through this myself. So I definitely recommend doing these things that I'm mentioning, working with Archangel Michael, clearing your space and, you know, clearing your energy. And it's just going to help you in a lot of ways and help you raise your vibration. So that is almost it. Just know that you can connect with your angels. After you're cleared, you can sit in meditation, connect with them, ask them questions, you know, ask them what they want you to know. And doing this is a beautiful way to get in touch with your intuition. It helps strengthen your intuition. Connecting with your spirit team is a wonderful thing. It makes a huge difference in your life. And this, just taking a few minutes out to meditate really is the way to do this. So if you have a question for your angels, you can ask them. Don't force the answer if you're not getting something. That's normal. A lot of times it comes to you later, like in like a knowing type of thing. And so, yeah, just know that you can get information as well that you're looking for help with, and just allow it to unfold. It's a process. So that is what I have for you today. If you want to check out any of my readings or medical intuitive sessions, it's at AndreaBacon.com or Medium Andrea Bacon on Etsy. And thank you so much. I hope you have a beautiful, wonderful week and have a great day. And yeah, connect with your angels and get those intuitive muscles flexing. If you have any questions for me, it's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Anna Olson here on A1R Radio with my show every week, Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson, and that's 1:30 Pacific Standard Time every Tuesday. So today I am going to do an educational show, really to explain some of what I do, why I do it, and how you can incorporate your own intuition. And you can always go to my TikTok page, which is Anna O Intuitive, which is ANNAO Intuitive. And then you can also reach me if you would like a reading or you'd like to work with me with life coaching or healing at AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. So today I am just going to talk a little bit about some different ideas that I've been having about reading, and when we are looking at, if, like, let's say you have a friend who comes to you and they would like some information with your intuition, kind of like a confirmation of their decision making or a path they'd like to take. So you can always confirm with your own intuition what they might need, and then you can do it for yourself. But people tend to need confirmation for their own intuition. So if I do a reading on myself, like today, I very heavily got the card, the 10 of Swords. And this is kind of a dramatic 10 of Swords. This one has somebody basically lying on the ground with 10 swords coming down from the sky in light and aiming towards their back, their face down on the ground. It looks a little dramatic, but I think what it's strongly suggesting is that we all have times of our life where we're rerouting. We're kind of going down that new path, a new chapter. And this seems to be the theme with most people right now, especially after the pandemic. I know I talk a lot about the pandemic, but it really has been a huge hustle bustle, kind of a change for a lot of people, either with work, family, relocating, schooling. It has been a game changer in our lives. And it's not just one person. It is literally every person on the planet, unless they live out in the middle of nowhere in the Amazon, or they're on an island. Because I know that there are some people who were vacationing on an island and they came back and the pandemic had hit while they were on vacation on an island. So it's kind of interesting how we are kind of dealing with so much at once and trying to take this new course or figure out a new way of life, or having to start a new job, or kids going to a new school. I know I've experienced a few of these things. And, you know, what I've realized is that there is a lot of good that comes from this kind of stuff. And when we look at the 10 of Swords, I would like to just go into the description to kind of normalize. I have this book. It's actually a guide to these cards. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm in love with this book, and I've been using it for journaling. You can more or less use it as a journaling tool to kind of figure out how your life works with the cards. And it's by Chartwell Books, by the way. What's interesting is I don't see an author on here, but it has a description for the card, and then it has exactly what it means when it's inverted, and then you can journal and it asks questions regarding that topic. And I'm just going to read real quick the description to the 10 of Swords. The keywords to the 10 of Swords is endings and endings of suffering, or just suffering. So we're looking at the ending of something, or the ending of suffering, or suffering. This can also mean, if you look at the card again, this could be backstabbing, people talking about you behind your back or doing negative things behind your back. That is also a possibility with this card that I've come across. But it says the traditional meaning of the 10 of Swords is ruin. While this sounds frightening, it doesn't mean death or destruction. This ending clears the way for new possibilities. In your personal life, bonds of friendship may break. You may see that certain people in a group were causing discord and stress. In love relationships, the 10 signifies a dramatic ending. In work, this may manifest as the closure of a department or a failing business. More positively, this is the end of an era. Soon the strife and upset will be over. Health issues such as low energy and exhaustion will improve. Reversal for this card generally means that it's the same as the upright card, but indicates there may be more repercussions. You may examine your past and feel guilty or angry and react more deeply to a fallout. Try not to hold on to the stress, accept the situation, and let go. The card can also show feeling helpless. Write about a past hurt that still bothers you, and with each word, commit to letting go. So I think this is really important when we feel helpless. I think this can apply to many people during the pandemic, this feeling of helplessness, this feeling of not being in control of what's happening around us. We've had loved ones that are sick. We're not sure what to expect from that, from a virus that has been new and it's mutating, and there isn't a lot of research on how to treat it, the long-term effects, which is all improving as we go. However, it still inflicts an air of helplessness, and some people are feeling trapped. There are even people feeling trapped in relationships with somebody that they would rather not live with because they had to be isolated, or because of their financial situation or the pandemic, now they can't go to work or to, different activities. So this is a very prominent feature during the pandemic. The 10 of Swords. And when it's upright, it basically is just like same meaning as upright. When it's inverted, it's the same meaning as upright. And ruin is similar to the Tower card. When we have something that's falling, like imagine, like in history, when things have fallen, there's always a rebuild. There's always a new location or a new pathway to take or a new way of doing things. And I think that our planet was long overdue for that. I'm really feeling that spirit is very strong right now. And I even feel like the spirit world is kind of coming down into our atmosphere and down to the earth closer and closer as we go. What that means, I believe, is that the consciousness of the planet is becoming more in line with the higher intelligence, the divine, spirituality, and the new consciousness of understanding what's truly important in life, and getting in touch with the eternal aspect rather than the hustle bustle of the everyday, grind where everyone is just rushing to get their kids to school and get to work and get their paycheck. And that's all their life has been about for like 50 years or more. And so now we are coming to a consciousness of slowing down, understanding what's truly important, really questioning what we're doing here, why we're here, why are we on this planet, what are we doing as human beings to do the work here that we're supposed to do with each other and guide each other along the way. I think that that's really important to stop and think about and to look at, because we have a limited time here and it's good to take full advantage of it. Rushing and being unconscious and constantly petty, gossiping about other people, really like not thinking about the well-being of others. That is not a great way to live, and it doesn't make someone feel good. It doesn't make anybody feel good, and it really deteriorates and rots the well-being of those around us, families, children, coworkers, neighbors, etc., even animals. So I really think that's the base of what Spirit was telling me this morning with the 10 of Sword card that I was presented this morning. And I also feel that now's the time for us to get back into our creativity, that is a very good way to not just grow spiritually, but to invoke a sense of feeling useful. And it's a type of therapy. They even use art or creative things with people who need help with either something traumatic that's happened in therapeutic environments, or just to help people to feel less stressed, get in touch with their spirituality, get in touch with what they would like to do in their future. So creativity and art and things that we do to be creative in any way, shape, or form. That can even be sports or hunting for men, by the way. I mean, it's pretty specific to you and your specific style. But that is one way for us to get in touch with spirit and our spirituality, because it's bringing us back to our own identity and our own spiritual DNA. So I've even heard a lot of people talk about how well they do when they just do yoga. You go and you do some yoga and suddenly you're like feeling incredible and you're connecting to spirit better just because you're more aware of your body. You're doing something good for yourself. It's quiet. It's more meditative. So these are all conducive to getting in touch with your spirituality and connecting to spirit and understanding that we're here for a short time, but it is also part of a continuum that's eternal. And this time frame is extremely connected to eternity. It is part of it. And if we're in the present moment now, we are connected very closely to spirit and whatever you want to call it, the universe, God. Because a lot of my work when I do readings is looking back on someone's timeline. So I'm looking at the bend in their timeline. You can look at the past or the future from this vantage point in the middle where it bends up. You have this left and right where you can peer down the past, or you can look up towards the future, because we really are continuous in our timeline in reality, and it is very closely related to eternity. So we are here, yes, and we are in this dimension. However, we are also closely connected to spirit and to God and universe, whatever you'd like to call that, all at the same time. And we can connect to that very, very closely by being in the present moment. When we're connecting to the past, like worrying about it, we're not in the present moment. And that is actually creating a loop between now and that past moment. And what that does is it gets us stuck. And then if we're only worried about that future and we're not connecting in the present moment to what the real future is and why it is that way, or our influence and how we can change that, we're not feeling empowered. We're feeling worried and anxious about the future and doing, all this worrying, that's spending time just worrying when we could be spending that time doing other things like something we love, or spending time bonding to people who we love, or doing something creative or conducive to the highest and greater good. And even for our health, and I like to really look at it as it's kind of an interesting saying that I have with some people that I know. And that is that it's really just trying not to think like, eat like, or expect things like an a-hole. So you don't want to eat like an a-hole. You don't want to expect things like an a-hole, and you don't want to think and behave like an a-hole. So it's all about not being an a-hole. And I think the point when I'm saying that is that, all of those things is our reality. It creates our reality. So what we think and how we behave, are we considering other people's feelings? Are we putting ourselves in their shoes? Are we really asking them if that's okay with them? You don't want to completely step over other people's boundaries. Spiritually, that is what digs us a pretty deep grave pretty quickly. We lose our bonds and our bridges to people in our lives, and that is a quick way to downhill. Then the way we eat and the way that we take care of our bodies is very important. Being in the present moment means that we are eating and exercising and all of that in a way that's good for us. So if you are completely disconnected from your body and what's going on, you're going to look at a big plate of junk food and just wolf it down without thinking about it. If you are consciously eating and you're in the present moment and you're stopping to think about what your body actually needs in that moment, and then blessing your food, whatever that means to you, and then being responsible that way with your body, then that's actually increasing your health and everybody's health around you, because you're able more to take care of those around you, or to be more present for those around you. And constantly needing to be taken care of is not conducive to healthy relationships around us either. Of course, there's always the exception when there's a life lesson like an illness that we aren't responsible for. There are lessons to that too, but we do have a great deal of responsibility in our own personal health and how that affects those around us and the creative overall wholesome holistic consciousness of the planet. And then there's the not expecting things like an a-hole. So if you expect a person who, let's say, has cheated on you 3 times to not cheat, you're literally being an a-hole. Okay. You're looking at, based on results and based on who they've told you they are repeatedly, you are expecting something that is not in touch with reality. You're not being in line with the present moment in reality. So we really are, when we're talking about being in connection with the present moment, which is in connection with eternity, God, the angels, spirit guides, your highest and greatest self, most high intelligence, we're talking about really being present and initiating your life in the way that you want to create it. And that's the most powerful place to be. So when we're, expecting things from people that they will not deliver, we're out of touch with our bodies and our minds, and we're kind of off somewhere else and we're not paying attention, or we are not respecting others or their needs. Really, we are in a place of basically expecting something that's not real or being out of reality. So if you think about somebody who's insane, they're out of touch with reality. That is another definition without a real diagnosis. Sometimes people will diagnose this as PTSD. Sometimes it can be diagnosed as anxiety. Sometimes it can be diagnosed as depression. But in reality, this is a very spiritual concept that needs to be initiated for anyone and everyone with any sort of mental background, trauma background, whatever, and they will benefit greatly from it. So the more that we're in touch with reality and what should and can be expected, the healthier that we will be in general. So we're going to be a lot healthier. We're going to be a lot more in tune. And insanity is literally being out of touch with reality, what is and what is reasonable, having realistic expectations and connections to our present moment and our past and future, only using an escape or a road to the past or present if it's really needed for your highest and greater good, not doing it to waste time, ruminate, or to worry, and to really feel and think like a person of maturity, spiritual maturity. So one thing that people tend to really get distracted with is materialism. So when I'm talking about materialism, I think it's wonderful to expect materialism, especially if that is building basically what I call my queendom. Okay, so I build my own queendom. And yes, I think that is necessary for the basic part of life. But when there is an extreme focus on materialism, where it's excessive, it's draining, it is all about appearance, it is all about the value, the actual dollar value of things, and having an influence over other people that way when they are vulnerable and things like that, or using status as a means of having power over somebody, or that's when it's also the same concept of living in basically the past and the future, because the past is usually what influences somebody to become so drawn towards the materialism. And also future is basically your materialism will turn to dust, and anything material or of a lot of monetary value is going to fade, break, fade away. And what will we be left with on the other side in the spirit world? And I don't want to get too preachy here. It's just a reality that we lose that. And then what do we have left? Do you have connections to other people? Do you have a good connection with yourself? Do you feel love and peace and happiness when you are just being still and feeling peace through spirit? When you are around other people and your electromagnetic fields are connecting, are you increasing their well-being in your own, or are you actually committed to making that a negative experience in some way? I think we're all guilty of these things because we're all human, but I believe that the goal is to focus on getting past these really basic human tendencies that if we were from another place, let's say we were from another planet and we were looking down on Earth, what would we look like to a higher intelligence? We would look pretty unintelligent and kind of pathetic in some ways with how things go sometimes. But on the other hand, the human race is really, really wonderful in a lot of ways too. And that's what I think is important to focus on and to learn and grow on, and to just ignore the rest and let somebody else do their thing, put a boundary on them. I think it's very important to put a boundary on them. So when I'm talking about not expecting like an a-hole, know what people are capable of. If they have shown you who they are, that they are not quite at the same intellect or spiritual level that you are, it's time to stop expecting things that are impossible for a person. We're not going to expect somebody who just broke their ankle to run a mile. Come on, it's same with behaviors. We have to understand and internalize that behaviors in people are patterns that are built over many years, and they're hardwired into their brains. The chances of them changing, especially in a short time, are slim to none. And it's better to figure out if we can deal with those issues that they have long term. And if not, what will be the actual way that we will be able to implement some sort of a strategy in getting tools and dealing with that and setting boundaries on that person. The boundaries are very, very important. We came from a nice generation of these boomers who have, kind of set the stage to teach the next generation, my generation, that it's good to set boundaries. They figured this out. They went through a lot, and their parents went through a lot, and they set the stage and the tone to set boundaries and to really internalize their own personal power and to utilize that in daily life in a good way. That's going to work for everybody, less unintelligent ways of doing things. So really increasing that intelligence level, really increasing our emotional intelligence and how we relate to each other, and really understanding not just our carbon footprint on the earth, but our legacies on the earth. How does that form the earth? Is the earth a living thing? I believe so. I believe it's a living entity with its own spirit. Gaia is, pretty much our home. How are we influencing that? Is she okay? These are questions I think that are very important, to really look at the large picture and to see how we conduct our lives, and knowing that the butterfly effect, when they say the butterfly effect, one little thing we do can create a wave energetically and emotionally throughout time, space, and people at a pretty extensive level. So understand you, me, we all are very important in the way that we influence the rest of the world. There are those that wake up in the morning and haven't had a good day until they have literally destroyed somebody. And to know that's a reality, and to know that we need to watch out for that and to protect ourselves from that, to set boundaries, to really prepare and have a strategy of success for ourselves, protection. This is why energetic work is so valuable, because it works in a way that isn't recognized as much as a physical protection. Of course, physical protection is always good, but I really think energetic protection, especially spiritually, is incredibly important, because it is so often overlooked or forgotten. Because to be honest, we have a house, let's say, we have a building, and that will protect us from somebody breaking in at night if we lock everything, right? And that's great and all, but on the other hand, a home is not safe if it isn't energetically protected, if there isn't a boundary put on negative things coming into the home, whether that be through the internet, a TV, a person having really bad behavior, a relative or friend coming into the home and energetically making a mess. Pay attention to how people are behaving around your family and your home and your space. How is that affecting everybody there? What kind of feeling is that leaving? When people walk into your home, they should say, wow, it feels really good in here. so positive. You know, people pick up on this, and you and your children and your whole family will too. So it's really important to know that there's also an energetic protection and boundary that needs to be put up in the home. There are more and more people more aware of the energetic or emotional, toxicity of some people, even family members, where they come into your home and they're really making a mess emotionally, energetically in the home. Those people need tall fences. Those people need good boundaries. It not only is going to protect you, your home, and your children, but it will also really show that person more or less, you know, this is something that you need to work on. And it will make it real for them if their relationships start to find, you know, sometimes finally over decades, if their relationships finally start to suffer because they've needed boundaries for so long and they haven't understood what wasn't working. And this is actually an opportunity for them to look at their behavior, look at their patterns, and to do their own healing and healing in their own families. So, I mean, a lot of good can come from boundaries. And I think the people who are most against boundaries are the ones who don't want any boundaries. They want to come in and control somebody else's life. And they're kind of just coming in and making a mess, or they really are making a huge mess. So it's good to make those boundaries emotionally. You don't just lock your doors at night. You have to lock your doors to the people who you've been letting in the front door for years, who have been making a mess. If you're in a relationship and they are making a mess out of your home, that is something else that needs to be dealt with. So I'm right at the end of my teaching show today, but you can always get a hold of me. And if you'd like to work with me, I do life coaching. I teach intuition, all of the extrasensory abilities that human beings have. I do life coaching. I've been trained to do that. And I have a lot of experience in it. And I also can just do psychic readings, medium readings. So whatever you need, I'm here for you. I also do Reiki. And I was actually trained in Stanford University to do that in their healing center. It's not well known, but it's there, and they use Reiki all the time on their patients there. So give me a holler at AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com if you want to go to my website. The other place you can go to is Instagram at Tiny Medium Queendom, @Tiny Medium Queendom, or you can go to TikTok at Anna O Intuitive, @Anna O Intuitive, and you can get a lot of free things there where I teach a lot about what I do. And I will see you next week. Thanks so much.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network at Moonstruck TV. You know, we're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. You know, we did all the fancy math. I won't bother you with it, but it's nice to be #1, you know. And you know, when you're #1, it just kind of breeds certain things, you know, like silver medals and gold medals and things like that. So, you know, just different things. And then sometimes you win a gold medal. They don't send you a gold medal. You just say you have a gold medal. So that's good. But welcome to our program today. I'm your host, John Capello, and I am a psychic medium from Texas. And we are delighted to have you with us. We talk about psychic stuff. You know, we know that there's a lot of those skeptic programs out there, and we like to dispel a lot of those things. And I travel around the country and I demonstrate my work to different places, especially around Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. I do go up to Kansas, and every once in a while you'll see me in Tennessee, and who knows, I may show up someplace around where you live. So I hope that one of these days you will take a look at my calendar or like me on my Facebook page, you know. Because there is always it's okay. There's always a list of the places that I'm going to be going to, and I am I just got back from Abilene, Texas, and it's interesting because while I was doing a spirit gallery there, Shauna, my sponsor there, took a picture of me. And I can't show you here on this platform, but if you go to my Facebook page, my like page, if that's what they call it, everything's changing so rapidly. If you go there and you scroll down for a few posts that I have on the site, you'll see little dots around me, little psychic, little spirits that are there. And it's something that people tell me they see around me all the time. And when I'm in the dark, which is really the best way to get a psychic reading, I tell you, it's very, very powerful. People see sparks coming off of me, so I don't see them, but I have to believe them because I've been told that for years, and people I never have met before. But I am glad that they're there. I'm glad that it's an affirmation about the work that we do, or that I am blessed to be able to do. Because, you know, I want to just address that for just a moment. Psychic ability is something that comes from beyond the physical, from our Creator, and it's gifts are things that we really don't own. You know, we're just a custodian of them. And I'm the custodian of these wonderful gifts that have been bestowed upon me. And I do the best I can with them. And I am not always right, but I do the best that I can to be right. So before I get into some of our content, I see that we have a caller, Shannon from Royce City. So is Shannon still there?
I am.
Hi, Shannon. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine. Have you ever been acquainted with any of my work in Texas? Have you ever heard of me?
I have not.
You have not. Okay.
But I will be researching that here soon.
Okay. Now, Royce City, I see. I know it's. I don't know if it's close to. Is it close to Houston or where is that?
Closer to Dallas.
Closer to Dallas. Okay. Okay. Well, that's closer to me then. But Shannon, is there anything going on in a relationship right now that you wanted to discuss?
No. It was more of a mediumship type reading I was asking for.
Okay. Is there a man in spirit that you're wanting to reach?
No, it's actually a female.
Okay. Because what I'm picking up is a man right now. So, do you have a father or grandfather? We'll get to the woman in just a moment. But is there a father or grandfather in spirit?
I have a grandfather.
A grandfather in spirit. Okay. Because a lot of times, the person we ask for to come in is usually can be preceded by another person that might be kind of coaxing them to come. So if you've had a recent loss with a woman, is this a mother or another figure? Another, because she's not real strong right now. So who is this lady that you're trying to reach?
My mom.
Your mom, okay. Because it just felt like initially it was mom, and this might be her father that's trying to bring her in. And the reason why I say that she's being a little bit coy with me is that was she real sick, or was she really hurting right before she passed?
Yeah.
Okay, because it just seems like she was doubled over. I don't know what happened here, but I'm not. She may have been sick for a long time, but it just seems like right there before the end, she was doubled over, or she just really had a lot of pain, like in her chest and stomach area. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Okay. And the thing is that she says that she hurt so bad she just couldn't think. You know, and it wouldn't surprise me if you weren't close to her, you were there, or other families were around her, other family members were around her when she was that ill. Is that right?
So it was. She'd been sick for a really long time with her lungs, with asthma, and then she contracted COVID.
COVID. Okay. Well, it just. I'm sorry that she had been sick with her lungs, but was she by herself when she passed away then, or what?
Yes. Yes.
She
Well,
was,
we weren't
okay.
allowed to be. Yeah, we weren't allowed to be in the hospital at the time.
Okay, I hear a lot of that. And there's been well, now the people are starting to come in who have lost loved ones from COVID, but it's like I say, she was just in a lot of pain, and uh, people don't talk about COVID affecting the stomach, but I know when I had it, it was terrible. I had a terrible stomach problem, and uh, and so I feel like Mother had that too. So Mother, in a way,
Yeah,
just
she's
didn't have
thrown
a
up.
chance. She did curl up. Okay. Um, she just didn't have a chance to say goodbye. And so she wants to thank you for being here. And she just says it means the world of her to her that you are with her. And she said, I don't know, was she close to her dad? Or do you know?
No, he left her at 2, and they didn't really have a relationship.
Okay. Well, I don't know why I feel like it's him that's here, but because maybe he was just trying to make amends to her. But a man certainly came to get her when she passed away. So I'm just.
Could have
Pardon me.
been my dad. It could have been my dad's dad. She was
she
close
close to
to
him?
my dad's parents. Yes.
Okay, because she considered him a dad,
Yes.
and so that's and sometimes that happens. Another person kind of takes the role of the natural father, but so I feel like she went into a place where she felt nurtured and was welcomed, and so she wants you to know that she is doing better and that she is at peace. Okay. So I'm sorry you weren't there because it just feels like everybody was kind of gathered waiting to speak to her, and they just couldn't do it. But so
Yeah,
she
we all sat
felt,
at my brother's house just waiting for the doctors to
oh,
call.
okay, then that's it because she was with all of you the best that she could out of her body, and so I just want you to know that she was so appreciative that everyone had such an outpouring of love for her. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to meet you sometime.
Me as well. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. So we'll go ahead and take our second caller, and then we'll get to some of the content that I wanted to talk to you about today. And I believe it's Christina, is it in Baltimore? Is that right?
Yes,
So how are you today, Christina?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, fine. You have a question for me today?
Yes, I just wanted to know like about my marriage. Should I let go of my marriage?
Let go of your marriage? Okay. What is your birth sign?
I'm a Sagittarius.
Okay. Oh, I've been having Sagittarians call me today this week. Um, right now, Christina, the aspects astrologically, I'm a big proponent of watching where Saturn is in people's charts, and right now Saturn is in Pisces, and it's affecting those mutable signs: Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and of course Pisces, and everything is kind of on the table. And wherever Saturn is in your chart at the moment, it kind of sweeps clean, and it kind of refines what needs to be worked on in someone's life. Now, are you and your husband still together, or is he left?
Oh, he left, and I'm currently pregnant, about fourth child.
With child, okay. Well, I'm just going to tell you what I'm feeling. I feel like you should wait before you try to get a divorce. I'm not sure you can get a divorce while you're pregnant anyway. But I, uh, I'm really disappointed in the energy that I get from from your husband because it just feels like he is a little bit irresponsible. I'm not sure he was always that way. But I feel like one of the reasons why he is acting the way that he is because he could never get established. Okay. And I feel like there's a little bit of shame and a little bit of embarrassment there. Now he may have another woman. I don't know. There's something about that, but it just feels like it's more like he never could make enough money, or he couldn't meet his responsibilities like he had dreamed about or wanted to. Okay, is there any truth to that? Can you verify any of that?
It is. It is. He's very bad with money. Um, and it could be, I have an oldest son who's sick, and he like neglected him too, and just have not been, a good dad to the boys or a good husband to us.
A good husband, yeah.
He has been like shaming, not making enough money, like you
said. Yeah. Well, Christina, and I'm not picking on you, but you chose this man. So I feel like you loved him a lot for a while at least. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say that you're not going to get divorced from him in the next few months, but by the next year or year and a half, if he doesn't make a radical change, then you will divorce him. Now, is he close to his mother?
Very close to his mother and his sister, which is the reason why he is the way he is. They
really? Because they pampered him too much.
They condone him not being a good father and not being a good husband. Like they're okay with it.
Well, I'm really surprised because usually a mom will get after her son when he's not taking care of his responsibilities. So, Christina, his father
passed away. Yeah, his father used to stay on him, but his father passed away.
Yeah. Well, Christina, I'm so sorry that you're going through this, but it's like I say, I feel like you're really not ready to get divorced, but you will be in the next few months. And so what that means to me is that you've got to get into a preparation stage, but also, the next person that comes into your life, you're just going to have to be really careful about who your choices are, okay? Because it feels like you are a very strong person, and it feels like you have a lot of ability, and that you will overcome this obstacle when you finally do divorce. But when you do, I don't think that you're going to look back. You're not going to give him another chance. And if you do, I'm going to scold you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Christina, for your call. I hope that was helpful to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I want to go ahead and just talk a little bit about Venus today. And I think that I did that. I may have talked a little bit about it in a previous show, but Venus is the planet of love. Venus is the planet that we look to in our chart to kind of show the way we love, okay, and or what we're looking for in love. So, for instance, if you have Venus in Aries, you want a partner who's just a little immature, adventurous, and someone that unfortunately could be a little irresponsible. So, um, but someone that is a little bit childlike in their way. Excuse me. And Venus in Taurus would be more materialistic, and and you may be that way if you have Venus in Taurus. So when you're looking for Venus or looking at Venus in your chart, you also want to see your partner's Mars. Okay. So their Mars in relation to your Venus is very important, or your Mars in comparison to theirs, because if there's a strong Mars Venus connection, whether it is a conjunction or opposition or square, those are really the ones that create glue in a relationship. And because Mars is our sexual appetite, it's our the way we our aggressiveness, and we'll talk about Mars probably next week. But with Venus, it's what kind of makes us attractive to them. But we also look for special things in our partner when we have Venus. For instance, you have Venus in Sagittarius, and you're looking for someone who has kind of a happy-go-lucky attitude, or someone who is kind of has a joyous perception of life. So so these are important things when you are looking at your Venus. And I always encourage you to have your chart handy when we're talking here on the psychic side, because I will tell you a little bit about what these different placements that are that you may have, and if you have questions about them, I hope that you will send me an email. You can send it to john@johncapello.com, or of course you can look a lot of this stuff up in the on the internet. It's everywhere nowadays. It's not like you have to get a hold of an astrologer like myself to talk about it, but it's good to hear it from an astrologer, not just read it. So you might want to look to see where Venus is, and if you see where Venus is, then you kind of know your perspective of things. So whether like you have Venus in Aquarius, then you might be a little detached. You might have a little bit of a bohemian attitude towards a lover, and you may not have to just you may not have a conventional love relationship. So with anyone. Now it's interesting though, Venus is not just about love; it's also about friendship. And so if you find that you have your Venus is near someone's sun, then it could mean just a really good friendship, because they make you feel good, and you make them feel good. So that's interesting. And another thing about Venus is that if you have Venus in the first house of your chart, could indicate that you're a pretty attractive person, you know. And Venus in the seventh house means an attractive spouse. And then you have Venus next to your sun, anywhere next to your sun, or any kind of major relationship with the sun is going to affect your physical appearance. And so that's another thing that you may be looking for. You may be looking for an extremely attractive person, a model, or someone akin, or a Barbie. So that's what you're looking for. But those two individuals, so to speak, are have strong Venuses because they're always very attractive individuals. So I'm going to move on from that. We never have a lot of time here on the psychic side, so I'm going to talk a little more about angels, because I've moved into the mediumship area, and there's a lot to talk about when it comes to angels. And one of the things that I believe I mentioned is that sometimes an angel is a first guide, and they can be huge. And just like all first guides, they can always appear to be huge, and go, what in the world? Who's that, or why are they here? And that's usually their first guide, because they're the protectors. They're the ones that are going to make sure you're okay, and spiritually at least. But now with angels, though, they come in all different sizes. But we spoke a little bit about the different orders of angels, and you have the lower order, the middle order, and the higher order, and I call them realms. So the lower realm of angels has three different types of angels in it. You have angels, you have archangels, and you have the principalities. And we're still talking about angels, just the everyday variety of angels who are the most like us. And when they come around, they come in odd numbers for me. Okay. They come 1, 3, 5, 7, some type of odd number. And because that's how I see them when I see them around people. And usually, when you are a creative person or you're a person of authority, you may have maybe 3 angels around you that are helping you with your position. For instance, if you're a writer, you have a master angel for your writing, and then you have 2 apprentices, one which is further along than the other. That's just the way I see it. Other people are going to give you other explanations, and no one is wrong and no one is right. But these are the ways that I see them. And there are billions and billions of angels. And so if you're a musician, then you have one principal angel that is helping you. Maybe you're channeling that music through, because they're your master. Now, there are billions, there can be billions of music angels, billions of writing angels, billions of speaking angels. It's just all of these angels play a big part in our lives, and we don't even realize it. But if you've ever done anything that kind of appeared automatic around you, that automatic feeling is most likely an angel working through you. At least that's my feeling, because like I say, this is the psychic side. This is the way that I believe things work. And because it's not that we're not in control of ourselves, we certainly are, but that coordination, that special gift, that special ability is usually attributed to someone like or something like an angel. In other days, we would even attribute the wind to the wind angel, or a storm to maybe a fallen angel. These different things were always had different connotations toward the angel hierarchy. And so when you look at it from the standpoint of the angels being around you and being supportive of you, yes, you're the one that is actually doing the deed, or doing the things that are around you, those wonderful things, those wonderful gifts that you have. But those gifts are supported by angels, And so I think that's kind of a special thing, because it's just the way the Creator kind of set things up. And it's kind of neat. So we have these different angels in the lower hierarchy, or the first tier of the lower hierarchy. And from there we move to the next one. Oh, and by the way, if you have an Alexa at home, you can say, now I got to make sure mine doesn't go off here. You can say, Alexa, play John Capello, Flying with Angels on Amazon Music. And guess what? You'll get John Capello's Flying with Angels. And it's a good sleep aid, and it's a meditation that's about 30 minutes. And if you listen to it, let me know. I'd like to know what your thoughts are about it. And you can download it and keep it for yourself. And, I've had a lot of people tell me hospice has used it for their patients. They've also used some of my other recordings to help soothe patients that have been near death. And what an honor that some of my meditations have been used for that. So my voice must be really, really boring. but it apparently has helped a lot of people, and I'm proud that it has. But if you want to listen to that on Amazon Music, then you can. And I do have some other meditations there, but that's the one that surprised me. I didn't realize it was on there. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that, but it is something that I'm really happy that Amazon has picked up on, and it's something that I hope that you will give it a try, because especially if you've had any trouble sleeping, you don't need a sleep aid. You just can go to sleep to the hierarchy of angels. So I want you to give that a try, and email me now. Y'all never call, you never email. So, you need to write sometime and let me know that you're listening. So we only have a couple of minutes left here on the psychic side. And so I want to kind of go through the motions of letting people know what is coming up. Now, I just set up a meetup, by the way, for next month. So if you are in the Dallas area, and that is that's for anyone around that wants to come to the Beyond Metaphysics meetup, you can come to Psychic Night. Psychic Night for newcomers. Now, bring your cards, bring whatever you do to impress me with your psychic ability, and I'll be your mentor. And I'll be talking to you about the next group of psychic classes that I'll be offering. And then we'll be talking to some people here in the next week or so from the East Texas Psychic Fair. So we're going to have them on as guests. August 8th, we're going to have them as a guest. So with that, we want to start to wrap up the program. I want to thank my sponsor, Miracles of Joy, for being a sponsor again for next month in advance, and they'll be with us. So we are happy to give you our week here on the psychic side in the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I know you're anxious to get Amanda on the program. She's next on the network. But thank you so much for being here. I will be in my home turf this next weekend. I won't be traveling anywhere until August 12th when I go to the East Texas Psychic Fair. So we're going to have a couple of guests on the program in August. I hope that you'll tune in for those things. But with that, we want to say so long, and please join us next week for the Psychic Side. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you've had an absolutely amazing week as the sun's just moved into Leo. It's sort of a time for all of us, it doesn't matter what your star sign is, to get out there and strut your stuff and sort of explore the world and have some fun. I always get energized when the sun is in a fire sign because I'm a fire sign, but I think everybody else does a little bit too. It's like a little bit of a shot of adrenaline. We all sort of want to get up and move around and go out and do things and have some fun and excitement in our lives. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is a really positive card. It's the Ace of Pentacles. Now, the Ace of Pentacles is money coming, and we all like the sound of that. It quite often can be your divine wish being granted. Now, when we see a card like this, and the pentacles do usually relate to money in some description or another, it doesn't necessarily mean we're all going to go out and win the lotto or the lottery or have, a big bundle of gold or bag of cash stashed on the top of the car, but it means we have the opportunity to bring more money into our lives. Now, that may be through some overtime, selling some stuff on a social media site. It could just be working a little bit harder or working on a new project. So it's a time to sort of look around to see in what way can you increase the cash flow into your life. And secondly, it might be that the fact that you've been working on a project for a very, very long time, and you're now finding that your divine wish, something that you really hold dear to your heart, is going to be granted because you've done the right thing. Now, a lot of people sort of say to me, I wish I had this and I wish I had that. And I think to myself, well, yes, okay, what have you done to deserve this? What have you done to work towards it? Not just I want, I want, I want. So when you see this card coming out in a reading, yes, it can be money coming in, but if it's relating to other issues surrounding the cards, it's more likely to be the project that you've been working on. This is almost like a heaven-sent situation. It is coming from the divine. It's something that you're being rewarded for all your hard effort, or being such a nice person, or, that you've never really consciously tried to do harm to anybody. And this is like your reward coming to you, sort of saying, well, this is for you being such a nice person. Here, we're giving you this, or we're helping you achieve this dream because you are truly worth it. And it is the divine that is making this decision. It's not us. It's not us mere mortals that can turn around and say, oh, I'd like this and I'd like that, and I really do deserve to win that award or that accolade because I've worked hard for it. This is the divine's call. So when you see this card come out, think of that, if there's not money coming, is there something that you divinely wished for that your wish is going to be granted because you're a nice person and you've worked hard for it? And it's a really lovely card. Doesn't come out often enough, I believe. So this week we move on to the astrology. Yes, the sun's moved into Leo, as I mentioned at the top of the show, and I'm very excited about that. I always like the Leo time of the year, probably because I am a fire sign and I'm a Sag, but more importantly to me, it spells that winter might be in the rear vision mirror very soon and we can get back to summer, which I really adore. I like the warmth and like to go to the beach and sort of get outside when it's winter and cold. And mind you, I shouldn't complain too much. I live in a beautiful part of the world where winters here are fairly mild, and we have a really couple of cold, really freezing cold days, and I really complain. But I just don't like the temperature when it drops past where I've got to look for a jumper or a cardigan or a sweater. I'm a summer person. I like to sort of have, minimal amount of clothes on and enjoy the warmth. And I think everybody has a favourite season of the year, and that happens to be mine. So anyway, the sun's in Leo. So happy birthday to all the Leos around the world. And I hope you're sort of looking forward to an absolutely fantastic 12 months ahead. It's your time to shine. It's your time to make, your dreams a reality now. So make sure that you really listen to your heart. And I say that not with tongue in cheek. I say that with all sincerity, because Leo actually does rule the heart. So listen to your heart. Whether, it may not feel like sort of your life is going the way that you want it to, but if you listen to your heart and be true to yourself, you can't possibly make a mistake. Sometimes we get led up the garden path, or we take a direction that may not quite feel right, but we think, oh, well, that's the best I can do at the moment. But if you really listen to your heart, you won't go wrong. So we also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is conjunct Venus, the planet of love and affection. Now, Mercury is going direct at the moment. Its communication is very, very clear. Now, both of these signs are sitting in Leo. Now, the planet of communication, Mercury conjunct Venus, means this is absolutely one of the best times in the world to have a conversation with loved ones. Now, my only but here is the fact that Venus, the planet of love and affection, which is where we look for love in our lives, and it isn't always a new romantic relationship. It can be the loving energy we share between our family, our children, our partners, the people next door, the people we work with, the people we might see down at the market. It's that loving, positive energy is actually going retrograde or backwards until September. So what this means is that even though it's the perfect time to have some conversations, and particularly some tricky conversations, if need be, with somebody that you're really close to, just be aware that there could be a couple of thorns in this, or maybe one of you or both of you are not viewing the situation correctly or as it should be. Now, quite often I find when an energy is in Leo like this, and particularly if you're a Leo and you're dealing with this, it's saying to you, you've got to take the blindfold off, really look at the whole situation. Don't just get on your high horse and say, well, that's not the way it is because I said so. You've got to listen to what the other person is sort of saying. And this can sometimes be very tricky, especially when it involves matters of the heart. Now, it's not always, as I said, love. It can be the energy or the loving connection between a brother and a sister, or a sister and a sister, or two brothers, or any family sort of member. There could be a slight bit of conflict here that needs to be resolved. Maybe not everybody's on the same page. And it's really interesting that you've got to look at this for the whole facts, not just as you were led to believe or perceived. Did you not read the information correctly if it was connected to a contract or the signing of an agreement? Did you not read it carefully? Did you not fully understand it? Did you not absorb it? So now is the time where this is all going to come to the surface, and you need to reevaluate this and look at this. And sometimes that's not pleasant. And for Leos, it's usually, go in like the raging lion, bull in the china shop almost, rah, 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 go in and stampede your way through and sort of, thrust your dominance on everyone. And then when you realize that you're not maybe the person in the driver's seat that's right, you then become the meek and mild little kitten and say, well, hang on a minute, how can I win your affection and your attention back? How can we make this right? So just be aware of that, particularly if you are a Leo. There may be a situation that's coming up or around you at the moment that needs some extra special care. Interestingly enough, I want to go on to another part of astrology, which is known as the North Node and the South Node, which is connected to the moons. Now, the North Node shows us the way forward, but today we're going to be working with the South Node. So the South Node is it's like showing us where we need to be coming from. And it's sometimes it's like it can drag itself on the bottom of the barrel and sort of say, dredge up all the mud and the dirt and the things that we thought we had hidden, or the things that we don't like about ourselves, and the things that we need to deal with. Now, it's interesting because the North Node is showing, the South Node, I beg your pardon, is showing us where we're coming from. And sometimes we're not necessarily coming from a place of positivity or good or whatever. Sometimes we're coming from a place of, well, I don't want to do that. Or you don't know, that's none of your business because I said so. Sometimes we conjure up some sort of negative sort of connotations here, or some things that we don't look at. And sometimes we're the worst ones at deceiving ourselves, let alone other people, because it's too difficult. We don't want to look at it. We don't want to deal with it. Now, the South Node is actually conjunct the moon. The moon only sits in a sign for approximately 2.5 days. So it's right smack bang in the middle of this. It's sort of, we're right in the thrust of this at the moment. Now, the moon is also conjunct what's known as an Arabian part, known as the part of fortune. Now, this is not where we're going to go to the rainbow and find the pot of gold with the leprechaun. This is just showing us that if we want to sort of feel fortunate in our lives, if we want to feel as if people are listening to us and we're gaining what we should or what we shouldn't have out of life, we've really got to look at this very carefully. Now, this is sitting in Scorpio. Now, I want to be very clear. This is really directed at Scorpios, Cancer, and Pisces. But Scorpio being the predominant one where this is going to affect. Now, if a Scorpio is not looking at things squarely and not dealing with things in the way that they should, and this will also flow onto a Pisces and a Cancer, but predominantly Scorpio, and then the opposite sign of Taurus as well. If you're not looking at things squarely and you're trying to deceive somebody or yourself, or sort of saying, no, that's mine, you can't have it, you know, I'm wanting to be selfish or destructive in any way, the emotions are going to bubble to the surface. You're not necessarily going to think or look at things very clearly, particularly when it's connected to emotional situations. And you're going to turn around and say, but this is my part of fortune. This is what should be mine. And it comes into that sort of very selfish, self-centered sort of, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. But the thing is, it's not necessarily as one person right or wrong. It's about looking at the whole situation. And Scorpios find it very difficult, more so than the other two water signs, to look at something objectively, because they are a fixed, rigid sign. And you've got to remember that the Scorpio water sign is like a block of ice. It freezes, it thaws a little bit, and it refreezes. And each time it refreezes, it becomes colder, it becomes more solid, it becomes more rigid, it less flexibility, less pliability there. And what they're being asked to do here is, don't take the easy way out. Don't do what you've always done all your life or every other past lifetime. This is why you're in such an emotional turmoil and things are sort of so very raw and vivid at the moment, that you can have your part of fortune, but it doesn't mean that your part of fortune is yours or for you. It may be something that you've got to look at it, sharing or sort of dealing with it in a different way, or releasing some of those funds or opportunities or whatever it is, that it's a time to learn to share. And that's going to be pretty difficult for a Scorpio, because they do vibrate off that opposite energy of Taurus, where what's mine's mine and what's yours is mine and I'm not sharing. So if you are a Scorpio, be very aware of that. If you're dealing with anything at the moment, make sure that you're looking at it. Am I handling this in a slightly different way? Am I being broad-minded? Am I looking at the bigger picture? Or am I being selfish and stubborn and saying, I'm not going to do that, I'm not listening, my listening ears are broken, and I'm not going to talk to you. We'll deal with this at another time. And make sure that you're not deceiving yourself and others by this, because if you are, you're going to make the situation 1,000 times worse than it needs to be. It's the time to be open and be more flexible and try and keep your emotions in check. We also have Neptune sitting in Pisces. It'll be there till towards the end of the year. Neptune is also going retrograde. With Neptune going retrograde, Neptune is known as the planet of the illusion or delusion and also creativity. Now, this will be affecting Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpios, and also the opposite sign of Virgo. But I feel that Neptune here is washing over all the 12 signs. And it's sort of, I don't want to look at it as a deceptive thing, because I feel at the moment Neptune's really working in a very creative sort of way and showing us of anything that might have been deceiving us, whether it be on the global stage, whether it's on a governmental stage. I know that around the world, lots of things are coming out into the open, things that people sort of thought were hidden or they'd got away with, or all of a sudden we're starting to view some very major political things in a different lens, and rightly so. It's sort of being brought out of the darkness into the light. It's like the tunnel's now opening up and we can see the light. And I think Neptune is really responsible for this, and also partly Pluto, that we'll talk about in a minute. But Neptune's role here is to bring things like that out into the light, so that we can see them, we can reassess them, we can look at them, and we can sort of say, well, hang on a minute, we've been walking around in a bit of a fog or a bit of darkness here for some time. Now we're shining light on it. We can see clearly what we need to do, how we need to approach this, and how we need to address the situations that are going on in our lives. So be aware of that. That takes us through to about end of October, early November with Neptune. Then we have Saturn, the planet of discipline and structure, and trying to sort of bring some new rules into our lives, is also sitting in Pisces. So again, it's sort of a lot of astrologers look at Pisces energy and say, oh, it's the dustbin cycle of the zodiac, pretty wishy-washy. No, I don't believe that at all. I look at Pisces as having the ability to bring in the good, bad, and the indifferent from the previous 11 signs and amalgamate them into a very fluid sort of situation that they can be flexible enough to change and move and grow with the times, but also have the wisdom as well as the flaws of the other 11 signs and sort of bring them to light and sort of say, well, okay, this is the new structure. This is going to be the way that we're going to structure things for the future. You know, we might find new rules and regulations or government bringing in new restrictions or new rules or opening things up or becoming more transparent and sort of saying, well, you know, we might have done it this way for hundreds of years. Now we're going to change because of this reason or these reasons, because it's going to improve our planet. It's going to improve our lifestyle, improve our working conditions where, you know, we're going to honor people like the minority sectors in our society and bring them up that everybody's equal. Wouldn't that be an amazing thing if we suddenly decided that all men were equal on earth? Now, I know there's been many songs written about that. So we are in a really transforming time of change, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is. Each and every one of us is being affected by some of these stronger, slower moving planets that are sitting retrograde at the moment are really sort of bringing things to the forefront. Then we wrap up the astrology with, I've been talking about Pluto for as long as I've been on the show, which is a long time now, but Pluto is in the last degree of being in Capricorn. He will only be there till the early part of 2024. Will be retrograde until that time. And it's interesting because Pluto is coming in with like the big baseball bat and saying, right, we've got a short period of time. We are going to get this right. He's working very strongly with Saturn and Neptune and all the other parts of astrology and saying we've got to bring so many things out into the open. People have got to stop ignoring global warming. People have got to stop looking at things and saying, oh, well, that's not my problem. We are all one. If that's the one thing we should have all learned out of the pandemic, that is we've got to take care of each other. That, you know, we never know what's around the corner. You know, people are still talking about, you know, we could have another pandemic different to COVID, but another one only just around the corner. I hope they're wrong. But you see what I mean? We've still got lessons we're learning from that. And we all need to learn to stick together and to look after our fellow man and look after the planet at the same time. So lots of changes, lots of things happening. Don't get stressed out by it. You know, work with the energy. If you're feeling uncomfortable, examine why you're feeling uncomfortable. It doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you're having a bad day, we all have them from time to time. But it's if it starts to sort of really affect you, then you've got to start to ask some questions at what maybe I need to change in my life to change my own energy so that I can start to feel more in control. We're going to talk with Audrey in Santa Monica now in California. Are you there, Audrey?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
What kind of readings are you doing?
Do what, sweetie?
I was asking you what kind of readings are you doing? Are you doing like tarot readings or?
I just answer direct questions, Audrey. That's because we have such a limited time. Rather than me doing tarot and throwing cards out on the table and things like that, I can work with your energy and I can answer something for you without needing a tool.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I just wanted to see if, you know, what was in store for me in the next, you know, few months of my life.
Okay.
I've been in a lot of turmoil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting, Audrey, because even though that you've been going through turmoil, and I think there's been times there where you've wondered whether or not your thinking is clearly as clearly as what you think you should be, you've actually been really laser focused, and that's good, even though you may not have felt that, but your thinking has been very laser focused and you've been working through the issues and situations and changes as they've been coming into your life, particularly over these last 12 months. And it's like what they're showing me on a spirit level, on a soul level, that you're moving through lessons and changes so quickly that you almost haven't even got time to stop and analyze and see whether or not you actually went the right way. You just did it automatically and, oh, well, that's gone. We've got to move on to the next thing. I haven't got time to go back and look at that. Don't be alarmed by that. There's times in our lives where things move very quickly and then there's other times where it moves slower than a snail. You're in one of those, you know, full steam ahead speed modes at the moment. Have you just moved house? Have you just moved residence?
No, I've been at the same place for a few years now, but I've been I've been thinking of a move. Yes.
Right. Is that what it is? Okay. Because Spirit asked me the question, or your soul asked me the question, Spirit, have you moved? So if you're planning on moving or been thinking about moving, that's not a bad thing. That just shows me that you're in tune with where you're meant to be progressing or what you're meant to be sort of looking at. Whether you move tomorrow or at the end of the year or March next year, it's not really the issue on the timing. It's just the fact that you're tuning in or listening to your inner voice about what is coming up. Also, they're showing me, has there been not so much a loss of friendships, but have you sort of looked at your friendships and family people around you through a different set of eyes, like really examining whether friendships are worth pursuing, like realizing that sometimes we've got certain friends that all they do is take, and you seem to be give, where you're pulling back a little bit from that?
Yes, that has to do with family that I have been pulling back from because it's not beneficial to me. They do take a lot and they never give back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that was another thing that they were showing me, that you were just, in a sense, on like automatic George, automatic pilot, you were working through this, even though you were aware of it. It wasn't consciously you got out of bed and decided to have to work on that today. You're just gravitating towards that naturally. And that's a good thing too, because the reasons why this is happening, Audrey, is the universe or spirit guides, whatever you believe, is gearing you and getting you ready for some major changes that are going to come. And to be able to do that and to do it successfully, there needs to be a focus on you. And it's like we need to streamline your life. You're getting ready for, that you're probably going to need to move somewhere in the next 12 months. You're feeling the winds of change. You're automatically looking at the family and sort of saying, well, look, I love you dearly, but you can't keep taking and I can't keep giving. There's got to be a cutoff point here. There's got to be some boundaries. And you're doing that and you're working consciously towards that. There's times there that I think you're a little bit too tough on yourself. I want to sort of say, I want you to be a bit kinder to yourself. You are a really lovely person. And just because you may not have the same sort of life as everybody else, there's nothing wrong with that. You're on the path that you need to be on. There seems to be more money that's going to flow towards you in the next 12 months, but I'm also feeling as if there's a major sort of life shift coming. So are you in a relationship at the moment, or is that something that you would like to draw towards you?
My partner actually died in January, so I haven't really been pursuing. Yeah,
I'm so sorry. Well, that's still very raw. Look, I can appreciate the changes that are going through your life. When you lose somebody like that, darling, there is no bus timetable that says on this day you're going to be fine. Can I suggest to you one thing? I was widowed many, many years ago. Allow yourself 12 months to say, I don't know, if you don't know the answer. Okay. Then after that, you will find that things will get marginally easier. It's sort of like you'll never go back to being what you were before, but you will have a new normal that will become you. So no wonder they're showing me all these things that are sort of happening around you. I'm not necessarily saying it's not the time to make a decision. If you get up tomorrow and decide you want to move and it's really strong, then that's the thing to do. But it's, you're going into a much better situation. There will be new love, but it won't be until late towards next year. Anyway, Audrey, unfortunately, I'm running out of time, but that's where I have to leave it. I wish you every success in your future, sweetie, and I'll keep you in my prayers. We're going to talk with Lydia in Wilder in Idaho in the US. Are you there, Lydia?
Good. How are you?
Good, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
No, I was just maybe a general whatever comes up.
All right. The first thing I'm picking up around you, Lydia, is I want to throw my hands in the air and say I'm open to anything that the universe wants to bring. So are you really feeling ready to sort of take on a new project or something new, are you, in your life?
Yes.
Good, because they're showing to me, it's time to sort of open ourselves up. You might not literally want to throw your hands in the air, but they're sort of saying open yourself up to be ready to receive the guidance of what the next step is. They're showing me things are going to really start to ramp up in September. It's like they're showing me so many things that are so fast that I can't pull it up to look at it and say it's one particular thing. So I'm going to suggest to you that maybe you don't necessarily try and hang on to every thought or everything that comes into your mind. If something pulls up long enough that you can stop and you can give it a few minutes, airtime and look at it, that might be the thing to focus on. I think you're going to have lots of things that are going to come towards you, and it's a little bit like a slideshow. Somebody flicking it from one side to the other, putting the next slide in. You don't need to retain or look at everything. It's when it pulls up and you have a good look at it, that's what you need to focus on. I did feel, though, that there was either change of job coming up or a new position within the job that you're doing. Are you looking for a new job?
No, I actually don't work right now. I'm disabled.
But I appreciate that. But is there something that you're doing that is going to be like a job to you, something that gives you a purpose, that might give you a little bit of extra income? It's not something that you enjoy doing?
Yes, watching my grandkids. I babysit.
Right. Okay. Well, that's
So
a job in
right
itself,
now.
a major job, a very big job, and a very special one. Well, you must be getting a lot of joy from that. That's good.
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, look, I can appreciate that. Children have their own little personalities, don't they? But, they're fun to watch them grow and develop. But are you making changes to where you're living? Because I keep seeing question marks around where you're living.
Not really. We're trying to not remodel, but redo the house, clean up around and stuff.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, changes around the house. Yeah, paint a wall, do something, things like that. To me, it's a very slow, ongoing process. It wasn't something that was going to be all done by Christmas.
Yeah. I have a son that's in jail right now. I was wondering, do you know when he might be getting out or what's going on with him?
I actually think it's going to be sooner than what everybody's expecting. I keep seeing a change with that situation in October. I don't know whether that means when they're going to be released in October or whether their name's going to be forward for early release or parole or something like that. But October seems to be the pivot point there, the turning point for that. And look, I know everybody sort of says that gets put in jail, I didn't do anything wrong or I didn't deserve this or whatever, but I truly believe in this instance there was miscarriage of justice.
Yeah,
something's
they're really
not
getting
right.
them.
Yeah,
they're trying to get them for a lot of time. So.
Okay, sweetie. Look, that's where I've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. So this week I want to leave you with a song that's a really beautiful golden oldie song, and I think it's very appropriate for each and every one of us, and it's What the World Needs Now by Dionne Warwick. It's a beautiful song about we could all do with a little bit more love and light in our lives and keeping everything positive and happy, joy. I think there's just too much sadness in the world at the moment, and too many people going through things that we need to all lighten up a bit. So that's my song for the week this week. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. So until next week, bye for now.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Understanding Spirit. We're going to continue with our development for a few more weeks, and then I will be jumping into doing readings for all of you. Today, I'm going to talk to you about past lives. We're going to do a very quick meditation at the end to see if you get anything. You can have a play around with it, see if you see yourself or if anything can make any sense to you. A lot of the traits that we have in our lives, in our current life, a lot of times do stem from past lives, and certainly even fears, phobias, people we don't like instantly or people that we gravitate to instantly can all come from past life experience. For me, when I'm doing readings, a lot of times past lives do come up. A fear that I personally have is with